of information, but you also have to present it in a way that's understandable because there's such a big gap between the technology that's happening and what the public knows. So for me, even I like to think I'm on the cutting edge. There was so much new material in these presentations. I've had a sneak preview, ladies and gentlemen, and they are really, really good. So let's just talk a little bit about what's going to happen. So we're going to have 4 presentations and then a very interesting panel because there's a lot. You're going to have a lot of questions. So the first is going to be Patrick is going to give his presentation on the brain. Then David Hughes, wonderful scholar from the UK, who is also a fellow at Brownstone. And then Lissa Johnson coming in from Australia on Lissa is the one who always does the deep dive on the and finds those patents, Patrick, and I'm always gobsmacked when I'm like, what? Anyway, and then finally, Daniel Brody will be coming in from Tokyo and with another remarkable presentation. Then we're going to have a panel for about 45 minutes. So please, we are live streaming on multiple platforms, Technocracy News, Worldview, Solari, CHD TV. Get your questions in. And we will be aggregating the questions and Patrick, any best place to post the questions?
Well, it doesn't matter where. If you have a live stream and you see a chat screen, put your question there, but put it in capital letters so we can pick it out. Okay, don't just if you want to say something else, don't use caps, but rather just regular type. And we'll try to harvest the questions as best as we can. And I'm sure that there'll be lots of questions we won't get to. However, we're going to try to pick questions that are representative. And I'm sure some questions will be asked over and over again. So if it's not your question, it'll be somebody else asking the same question.
So if you're joining us live, you will absolutely want to share this with family and friends and your colleagues in network who can't join us. So Patrick hopes to have these all up on, you can access them through Technocracy News. So it's Technocracy News /brain.
The Brain, THE-brain.
Brain.
And we're intending to put those the slide decks up as well as the videos. I think we can get it all done by Tuesday of next week.
Right.
But we're gonna hit it for sure, and it'll all be up there in due time.
Right. And we will make sure at Solari when you get it up that we link to it too, so you can find it through our presentation. We just published David Hughes' Omniwar, the PDF, awesome. And it's just beautiful. It's incredible. Anyway, Omniwar. What is Omniwar? Omniwar is the weaponization of everything. And of course, if you read Technocracy News, you've been reading all about it. Anyway, but the heart of Omniwar is whether or not, this is like tyranny that we've never seen before, because before they tried to control your body, now they're literally trying to get in your mind and control your mind. So one of the critical issues of human liberty and human rights is, do we lead, manage, govern our own intelligence, or is someone else going to literally hook us up to a machine and tell us what to think? Anyway, so that's what we're here to discuss. As you probably know, Patrick and I are optimists about this whole situation. But I used to have, Patrick, a wonderful pastor would say, if we can face it, God can fix it.
That's right. Exactly.
Yes. So facing what's going on is the doorway we walk through to get to real solutions, and we will be touching on solutions today. So with that, we're going to dive in, and our first presentation is, of course, from Patrick, The Brain, the Final Frontier of the Science of Social Engineering. I had a sneak preview. This is going to be amazing. So, Patrick, you want to take it away?
You bet. Let's roll it. By the way, our engineer, Logan House, is behind the scenes here. He's producing everything for us. Thank you, Logan, and a shout out for him. I think we can probably roll it right now.
Welcome to Omniwar, the battle for the brain. My topic today will be the brain, The final frontier of the science of social engineering. I want to bring to you a short message by James Corbett, recorded especially for this presentation.
Thank you, Patrick, for the opportunity to address the symposium here. I am James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, and I want to thank everyone who is attending this symposium for their time and attention to this extremely important topic. And if you are here, you probably already understand the depths of the problem that we are facing with this new technology that's coming online. But if not, let me frame it this way. We've all heard that space is the final frontier, and that may be so. But what if it's not outer space that is that final frontier, but inner space? Because make no mistake, the technocrats and the eugenicists and the would-be social engineers have spent centuries developing and refining their techniques for molding the mind of the public and shaping the habits and opinions of the masses, to quote the great Edward Bernays, who of course was the PR/propaganda master, who is one of the people who has been helping in that discovery of that process of manipulating the public mind. Or we could talk, for example, about B.F. Skinner and the radical behaviorists and their operant conditioning to try to, again, create and craft the perfect society for the best of reasons, of course, or so we are told, and how that inevitably ends up in the likes of people like Dr. Jim Mitchell and his CIA cronies, using their refined psychological techniques to better torture prisoners. All of these are manifestations of the, as I say, centuries-long, very detailed research campaign into the types of technologies and techniques for implanting ideas in the minds of the public. But this technology that is coming online now to extend those techniques is another order of magnitude more powerful and more ultimately concerning than the techniques of old. And we're going to be hearing about them in the very near future from the mainstream sources of information who are going to start normalizing this sort of speech. Because right now, when we talk about mind reading and mind control and nanobots and neurohacking, it sounds like the stuff of sci-fi dystopian fiction. But it is becoming more and more mundane everyday reality, as evidenced by the likes of course, technocratic huckster extraordinaire Elon Musk and his oh so trendy, oh so cool Neuralink. He's going to implant the cool brain chips in you guys, and you'll go along with it. It's just one of the ways that this technology is being normalized right now. But the worrying part of this, as I have no doubt you are going to see in the presentations at this symposium, is that this technology is being defined and worked on, developed, and funded by the likes of DARPA and other military industrial contractors who, of course, do have their own vested interests in better manipulating the public. Now, of course, this is a vast system that is being developed of many different researchers who may or may not be working in the best, what they think are the best interests of humanity towards a goal, the creation of technologies which will ultimately be used by the various types of Machiavellian manipulators who use every technology. And it will be sold to the public, mark my words, with two fundamental deceptions. The first is that this type of technology for implanting electrodes in your brain so that we can better read your thoughts and or implant ideas in your brain. Oh, don't worry, guys. It's just technology for helping cripples type. And you're not against that. What do you have against the cripples? You can't be so cold-hearted that you don't see the possible benefits of such technology, are you? And the second way that this deception will be sold to the public will be that we, of course, the good guys, we in America or wherever you happen to be located, we might have to look into how these types of nanoparticulate agents and cyber-linked neurocognitive manipulation devices and other exotic weapons might be used by our enemies against us so that we can better develop defenses against them. But of course, both of these lines of reasoning that will be, and to some extent already are being sold to the public, are lies. They are deceptions in the exact same way as, of course, GMO technology has been sold to the public as it's about golden rice and feeding the poor. That's what that's all about. Or the bioweapons lie. Don't worry, guys. It's just the evil Ruskies might release anthrax on us. So we have to develop our own version so that we can better defend against it. Oh, the Ruskies don't exist anymore? Oh, okay, whoever the boogeyman of the week is. We must reject this concept altogether. No, there is a bright red line in the sand that we shall not cross, and no one should cross. We don't have to enter into any sort of negotiation with any government about our neurocognitive rights or try to enshrine them in some sort of law that will be amended in the future. No, our brains, our minds are our property. And we have the right to be free from outside interference and intervention in our own thoughts and thought processes, period. There is no negotiation necessary with that, because any intervention into our minds, into our brains by any outside force is a step too far. And if we don't stick by those principles, we run the risk of not merely losing an info war or falling victim to propaganda. We accept the normalization of this cyborg-esque brain chipping technology at the risk of losing our core human identity itself. We are slipping into a transhumanist nightmare, puppeteered and funded by technocrats who do not have your best interests in mind. As I say, I'm sure you will hear a lot about this at today's symposium. So thank you to Patrick Wood for organizing this and getting this important topic in front of people. Please enjoy this information today. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
Thank you, James. It's an amazing story. We're going to start today talking about technocracy, historic technocracy from 1932 and onwards. There were attempts before that, for sure, to discover ways to affect people's minds, to control people's minds, for sure. I'm not sure, however, that anybody actually came out and said they're going to invent the science of social engineering. That's what the technocrats did in 1932. We see this definition of technocracy appearing in the Technocrat magazine in 1937. It was before that when it was coined, but here you are with a quote directly from their magazine. Technocracy is the science of social engineering. That was what they led out with in the very first statement. The scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population. For the first time in human history, it'll be done as a scientific, technical engineering problem. So they led with this phrase, oddly enough, of the science of social engineering. This was on their mind because those engineers and scientists at Columbia University, they knew they could build factories. They knew they could build machines that work perfectly. But the people that would be necessary to run those machines, they would not operate in the same way. So people, of course, they get mad, they get sick, they have to take days off. The machines don't work when they're not working correctly, when the people aren't working correctly. And so, of course, you have to have some way to manage these people, to make them do what you want them to do. Hence, the science of social engineering. This is where it was born. So we're going to take a look at this. The science of social engineering. Well, number one, it's mostly focused on, for instance, the experiments of Pavlov and with his dogs, and Skinner with his rats and pigeons. And, well, that was rudimentary for sure, but they understood that the social conditions, environmental conditions could be used to influence people. They were totally focused on a mechanistic worldview, however. This is going to play big time in our presentation all the way through today. Mechanism is an alternate worldview. We're going to explore it. It's also based on scientism. I've explained the tenets of scientism over the years. Every time I talk, almost, you have to mention scientism, where it came from. I won't give you the whole story right now, but scientism is the elevation of science as God. And it has a priesthood, and that priesthood of scientists and engineers, technicians, the priesthood is the entity that will bring the science down to the masses to interpret what science wants you to do. This is a very clever thing that has been invented for sure, and we'll see it in spades going forward here. Well, now we can unpack this concept of a mechanistic worldview. I wrote this in an essay somewhere along the way, and this is my take on what mechanism is. The mechanistic worldview refers to a perspective that understands the universe, society, and even human beings are operating like machines, systems governed by fixed, predictable laws and processes. In this view, all phenomena can be explained by the arrangement and movement of their parts, much like the workings of a clock or engine. This approach emphasizes reductionism, meaning complex systems are best understood by breaking them down into their smallest components and analyzing how these parts interact. You'll see exactly what I mean here when we go forward here. So we see the Technocracy Study Course. This was written in 1934 by M. King Hubbard and Howard Scott, co-authors. This was the Bible, if you will, but of the technocracy movement after they got kicked out of Columbia University in 1932. Nevertheless, they wrote this book, and this is how they were thinking about getting things converted into a new system. So they said technocracy is dealing with a social phenomena in the widest sense of the word. This includes not only actions of human beings, but also everything that directly or indirectly affects their actions. Consequently, the studies of technocracy embrace practically the whole field of science and industry, biology, climate, natural resources, and industrial equipment all enter into the social picture. So you get the idea from the get-go on the technocracy was obviously concerned about technology running everything, but they had this sophisticated view of how the society and the social mechanisms in it should work. We reject this today, at least I do for sure. I think you will too when we get done with this presentation. This is crazy stuff. So just consider how much we've moved from 1934 to today when we consider especially the gullibility of humans to fall into all sorts of psychological traps. This short video that was produced a few years ago, not from 1934, obviously, but they didn't have color back then. But you'll see just how easily people are fooled. This is what they were dealing with basically in 1934 and going forward in the 30s and 40s. This was the extent of the science of social engineering. They had Pavlov, as I said. They have Skinner. They had the propaganda as an emerging industry back in that day. Just listen to this.
We set up a hidden camera experiment to see if this woman would stand up at the sound of this tone, simply because everyone else is. You might be thinking you'd never go along with this. Or would you? After just 3 beeps, and without knowing why she's doing it, this woman is now conforming perfectly to the group. But what happens if we take the group away?
Elaine, please.
Okay, now she's alone. The crowd is gone and nobody is watching her, except our hidden cameras. What do you think she'll do? She's now conforming to the rules of the group without them even being there. Now, watch what happens when we introduce another outsider who doesn't know the rules.
For a noon appointment.
Have a seat and they'll be out in just a couple minutes.
Great,
thanks so much.
Why are you staying?
Everybody was doing it, so I thought I was supposed to.
Think she'll teach the new guy what to do? We kept the cameras rolling as more unsuspecting patients arrived. And slowly but surely, what began as a random rule for this woman has now become the social norm for everyone in this waiting room.
Well, as silly as that was, you can see just how easily it is to influence humans to do what you want them to do. However, this has gone way far beyond that, obviously. Now we're going into the inner space, if you will, of cellular biology and things like that. Here's an industry graphic. It's called The Elements of a Biological Cell and Components of a Typical IoT Device. That's Internet of Things. You see the cell is broken up on the left side here, and you see the nucleus and the ribosomes and the cytoplasm and the mitochondria, all the elements of the cell are matched with a silicon counterpart, a circuit, where everything seems to connect to, or at least the counterparts are listed on the right side. And this is just how far it's gone since then. This was a progression of science, definitely. But how do we get to this point now where we're looking at everything in so micro detail, even down to the nano scale technology? Well, this is what we're going to discuss today. But however, we saw this mechanistic thinking directly in the manual, the Bible of Technocracy, in 1934. And it's very clear, very plain. They stated it like this: the human body is composed chemically of the ordinary substances of which rocks are made. So you're basically like a rock. So are dogs, horses, and pigs. In an earlier lesson, while discussing the human engine, we pointed out that the human body obeys the same basic laws of energy transformation as a steam engine. This also is true of dogs, horses, and pigs. These facts might lead one to suspect that human beings are very far removed from the semi-supernatural creatures that they have heretofore supposed themselves to be. By the way, this is a direct slap against Christianity. who did believe at one point, till at least people came along and swept it all away, that yes, there were other alternatives, other explanations on how we came to be and how we're constructed. So this, you can see the mechanistic view here in the Technocracy Study course. I read this book from cover to cover, every word, and it's steeped in mechanistic worldview thinking. So, in 1934, just suffice it to say that social engineering, the science of social engineering, controlling the brain, was only concerned with external conditioning, like we saw in the waiting room, and endocrine glands. That's the hormones that basically expressed during sex change of life, like testosterone and estrogen. Yes, it is. And so they had this idea. Yes, something happened when a steer became a bull, for instance, got aggressive, and if you cut off his testicles, why he all of a sudden he doesn't get aggressive anymore. Well, okay, that was one further thing that they thought they could manage going forward. So I stumbled across my own website, Technocracy News. I'd had to go and just see, well, how many articles are there on the brain? I never did a search like this before, just to find out. And I discovered that of the 6,700 articles that I've posted in the last 12 years, 620, almost 10%, were on the brain itself. Absolutely it stunned me, honestly. This has been a major component of technocracy all along the way to deal with the subject of the brain, how they can unpack the brain, how they can figure out how it works. Now, mind you, I'll say this several times. They've never come to a conclusion on anything about how the brain works. In other words, how the mind works. They cannot explain consciousness. They cannot explain even the basic emotions, for instance, like why do people fall in love? Why does somebody fall in love with a certain person versus somebody else? Well, these answers they escape them. The more they drill down into the brain, the less adequate they are to explain the mind. You'll see this later in a presentation here. So, in 1962, then, this was 30 years after technocracy was formed in Columbia University, the birth of neuroscience as a discipline was born. Now, there were things going on between 1932 and 1962 relating to the brain. Certainly there were many experiments along the way, but the birth of neuroscience as a discipline was created by Francis Otto Schmidt in 1962. Schmidt introduced the term when he established the Neurosciences Research Program at MIT. His vision was to create an interdisciplinary framework that united various scientific disciplines such as biology, chemistry, physics, and mathematics to study the brain and the nervous system comprehensively. Now, you might remember what I just read in the Technocracy Study course. They were also concerned about multiple disciplines like climate change and biology and et cetera. Well, you see this combining of science disciplines here in 1962, because no discipline at that point independently, whether it be mathematics, biology, or chemistry, could could not come up with any answers for them. So they started this combining of physical sciences together to find the answers that they were seeking. So this is the first instance where we see biology, chemistry, physics, and mathematics, for instance, in one place. And this was basically their answer at that point. Well, we have to have all these sciences together. We need to get everybody together on the same page and discuss this business of the mind. Well, fast forward from there to 1990, here's another milestone in this progression. This was called the Decade of the Brain, Answers Through Scientific Research. This is definitely the place where the boom in neuroscience research started in earnest. Lots of money was thrown at it. And this logo here, the Decade of the Brain, was just declared to be from 1990 to 2000. It was called the Brain Mapping Initiative. That's not to be confused with what Obama created in 2013, called the Brain Initiative, this separate thing here. But it's established the long-term objective of developing a three-dimensional computerized maps and models of the structure, functions, connectivity, pharmacology, molecular biology of human, rat, and monkey brains. Here we are being compared against to rats and monkeys across developmental stages and reflecting both normal and disease states. So you see this combining again of multiple disciplines. This is important to see. Then this is the book that kind of started that whole thing. The Mapping the Brain in plain English. Look at the cover. This is the original book cover, by the way. Imagine putting something out like this for any certainly not for public consumption, but even amongst themselves. What a poor book cover with just nothing on it other than just the title and the logo of the institute that produced it in the first place. Well, okay. Then in 2002, fast forward. Now remember where we were back at 1932, then 62, then 90. Now we're up to 2002. This is where this whole business of combining, major combining of the sciences into what became known as convergent science or convergence science. Nano, bio, info, cogno. That stood for nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science. Well, this is the book that started it all. I happen to have a copy of this book right here. I had to buy it when I saw it online. I was studying it on Kindle, actually. I said, I got to have this book in my hand. I need to mark it with a pen. I need to study it with my highlighter in my hand, and I did. And I have to say it put me to sleep mostly, but this was an outrageous book because it talks about the solution for the brain at this point is the combination of all these things together. And I remind you again, separately, they had no answers at all for the battle of the mind, especially to understand how the mind works. So here we go. Some of the crazy things that they said in this book, and this arguably, this is the book that started everything in the modern age vis-a-vis transhumanism, the study of the brain, etc. First, to understand the mind, requires understanding the brain. This was their major premise. We can get to the mind when we understand the mechanism of the brain in the first place. And they said very plainly, that the mind is the final frontier. That's what they were shooting for. Not the brain per se, but they saw the brain, the analysis of the brain, the breaking down of the brain. They saw that as the path to understanding the mind. That was always their hope. We'll see this in just a minute with a video from Obama's iteration of the Brain Initiative. However, you see in this book the emphasis on social or societal transformation. This is always the case with technocracy along the way. It hasn't stopped. The same premise today. We want to change the fabric of society and the fabric of mankind itself. This is not a scientific study, my friends. This is a study in scientism, which is basically a proposition that we can change you through a religious proposition using science as a prop. Well, they make this interesting statement in this book, quote, artificial people will be very human-like. They didn't exactly explain to me, I didn't pick up on it exactly, but when they talk about artificial people, I would just immediately thought forward to robotics today, equipped with AI, and to the avatars on social media and on the internet, where somebody's talking to you in with their own voice and their own image, exactly a spitting image of them, and it's not them at all. So they apparently saw to the future now, maybe right now. So then they also talked about developing the hive mind. This was a metaphysical proposition for a long time before 2002, but nevertheless they brought this in. This is kind of a religious proposition where the mind of man somehow can be all put together into one big happy family, kind of like the Borg and Star Trek. You might remember the race of the Borg. They said, we will assimilate. Okay, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look it up on somewhere in a search engine, the Borg, and we will assimilate. You get the idea immediately. So, okay. Then we will go fast forward to 2013. It seems like this is hopping in multiples of 10 years. I don't think that was intentional necessarily, but this is what it is. In 2013, President Obama came out with this major initiative. Some people glossed over it and said, well, that's nothing to see. Who cares about that? It has nothing to do with politics, so we're not going to fight it. We're not going to even examine it, what's going on. But he created this so-called Brain Initiative. That wasn't like the one in the 90s, but this isn't new, obviously. The acronym stands for Brain Research Through Advancing Innovative Neurotechnologies, or the brain. And the info card on that is on the side here. It was very elaborate. They have a website, even now, on the results of the Brain Initiative. Obama said at that time, folks, the reason we need to do this, because all of the science that was produced by mapping the human genome in the 1990s, that's produced all kinds of great science since. I don't know what it would be exactly, but never, that's what he said. So we have to do the same thing with the human brain. We need to map the human brain the same way that we mapped the human genome before. You see, the essence of mechanism is you have to drill down into everything and cite everything, even to the molecule and the subatomic elements of an atom, to discover how things work in the universe. Well, this was just an expression of that. Say, well, if we could just only put enough money and enough science with this NBIC stuff, at this problem, well, we can really figure out now how the mind works. How many years have they've been working on this now? Since 1932 at least to 2012, and now we're in 2022, 2025, here we are now. Have they made progress? Well, you judge that. You be the judge of that. But this is, here you'll see now, 5 years after Obama's initiative, the website, the government project, produced a 5-minute video explaining, we've had all this success, or the lack of it. You be the judge of that. And you just see how far they've come since 2013, after Obama poured hundreds of millions of dollars out to universities and think tanks around, research think tanks around the country to kickstart the study of the brain. And it's since attracted more money from government as well as from industry. Other universities around the world have joined the charge to discover how the brain works, mapping the whole brain, and and also pairing it with what they discovered about the genome, the DNA in the 90s. And so all of this together has become a global movement at this point. This is basically a transhuman movement as well, because the people that are seeking to achieve whatever they're after, it smacks of the transhuman dream that humans 2.0 are just around the corner if only we can figure out how the mind works. Well, let's just take a look at this video here.
When you build a building, you have a set of blueprints, and an architect and engineers sit down and design a communication system, plumbing, air conditioning, all of that. In the brain, we're actually trying to reverse engineer that in a way. We actually don't have the blueprint.
Possibly the most complex entity in the entire universe. There's microarchitecture, nanoarchitecture, macroarchitecture, and then there's the function of the brain, which we observe in everything we do when we interact.
As humans, we have this intellectual curiosity about what makes us different. It's all related to our brain circuits. Getting the tools to allow us to see circuit activity in action and then apply it to problems that no one's been able to solve before would be a tremendous advance.
We all have a brain, and we want to understand that brain better. Get the scientists from different communities, different cultures, different emphases together. They'll start forming their collaborations organically. To do that type of sharing, you don't need a big bureaucracy. You don't need a lot of complexity. You just need to talk to each other.
No one person or even small number of people have the expertise in terms of anatomy, physiology, computation, theory, mathematics. We can all act synergistically to come to a better model of what's going on.
Every one of us have been touched either directly or indirectly by mental conditions. And the fact that we don't have answers for a lot of these things, we don't know how to cure depression, we don't know how to treat Alzheimer's, we don't know how to deal with post-traumatic stress disorder. When you have diversity in a group, you would take in the advice, experience, expertise from others, and that, I think, at the end will end up enriching whatever you're trying to build.
The Brain Initiative combines the science and engineering together to develop the tool which can impact the neuroscience community, interrogating the signal connectivity, how the single neuron will be connecting to the next neuron, how memory is being really formed and retrieved, deeply understand the last frontier of our mystery of the brain.
For researchers, oftentimes there's questions of funding, there's questions of relevance, and foundations can say, we're committed to this work because we're doing this work. We're putting our mouths where our money is and our money where our mouth is.
If we as a government don't fund basic science, who's going to do it? Better outcomes for patients and for all of us, whether you are diagnosed with a disease or not. It's going to save us a lot in the long run as far as healthcare costs.
Let's get all the stakeholders, industry, government, academics, lawyers, doctors, people from all parts of life, and let's come up with a structure to help people in the greatest need.
What would happen if we put this, and that together? If it actually worked, it could really advance things. And in terms of the research that we do in neuroscience, I think the Brain Initiatives enabled that kind of high risk, high reward.
We should just get people together to pursue this goal that is much greater than any one of us individual professors or scientists. What could be more interesting than understanding what the ingredients to consciousness are? That's our vision.
Well, you get the idea. They really have not gotten anywhere in their quest. Looking forward. Okay, so they say, well, we have to have more people now, more people involved. If we can all get together on the same page, why, we could solve how the mind works. Well, they also talk about diversity. Oh, well, if we have people from diverse backgrounds and diverse disciplines, that will turn the crank for us. You see, these people have been barking up the wrong tree for almost 100 years at this point. They have not gotten anywhere in their quest to understand the mind. They think they're going to, somehow they think if they can just drill down far enough, they're going to discover the God particle maybe, or whatever, and subatomic structure maybe, that will solve their issue. But I can guarantee you right now that they're not going to go that far, and it won't matter. However, what does matter, for all of the pseudosciences gone on before, we know that the military now has discovered that dual use technology that's been discovered by these people researching the mind, that can be used for other nefarious ends. And this is very disturbing, because here, for instance, we have DARPA, one of the kind of the black hat departments of the military, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Well, we know that they have been watching this for decades and decades at this point. And so they say neuroscience is a major component in creating the super soldier. Yes, the super soldier that they want to launch on battlefields. Maybe it's going to be robots someday, but right now they're pursuing the idea of the super soldier and connected battle space via neural nets. The connected battle space with neural nets. That means mind to mind communication, not telepathy exactly, but that's about it, where soldiers can communicate with each other in real time on the battlefield when they're prosecuting a war. Well, we now know that DARPA has been a major funder of brain-computer interfaces called BCIs since at least the 1970s. Oh, yes. We see that since 2009, DARPA has funded at least 27 neurotechnology programs, both invasive and non-invasive. That means inside the brain or under the skin or whatever. And we also can see that they've been a major funder of brain initiative, especially since 2013. That's what Obama did since in 2013. So they've been knee deep in this business of certainly brain-computer interfaces and also the other science as well. We also see that they collaborate with In-Q-Tel, that's the CIA's venture capital firm that's been operating almost 26 years now. You may have never heard of In-Q-Tel, but yes, it does exist, and it was established originally as a way to harvest science from great projects launched by public money and their money as well, where they have a hook on that technology. They can harvest it for themselves if it turns out to be useful to them. Well, we see this business of the military and the intelligence services, et cetera, getting involved with this. Just listen to how this is explained by Dr. James Giordano. He's a major expert in this field of military /ethics / you'll see.
What we're here to talk about today is the fact that the brain is and will be the 21st century battlescape in many ways. End of story. So the idea of the brain as the battlescape is very important. And more importantly is this other acronym that's up there, which is WMD squared. Please get used to this, because this is going to be part of the idea of irregular warfare and ongoing military innovation in your careers. Weapons of mass destruction and disruption. Disruption and influence will be the key to creating peer capabilities and asymmetrical engagements. Let me say it again. It will be the key to creating peer capability and asymmetrical relations and engagements. Remember these three letters: A, and A. Keep them as your viable mantra for the duration of this course, today, and throughout your professional careers and each and all of the opportunities that you have to interface and try to understand the power that the brain and cognitive sciences can yield. A, the ability to assess the brain and its functions. A, the ability to access the brain on a variety of levels, from the subcellular all the way to the social. And A, the ability to affect the brains and the individuals in which those brains are embodied, and the ecologies in which those individuals enact, engage, encounter, from the level of the individual to the group, to the community, to the populational. Look at the power that understanding tools and techniques of the brain sciences afford.
Well, okay, you get the idea. The military has picked up on this big time. And it's interesting, this is really interesting to see. At this point, what the military can do is they can scramble somebody's brain from a distance. They know that. This has been demonstrated. And they can basically destroy a brain in the process. They can't touch the mind per se, but they can effectively destroy people's brains from a distance. Well, this is a far cry of manipulating the mind in some way, casting thoughts into the mind, harvesting thoughts out of the mind, etc. I'm sure these are all things that they would like to do. But this is basically the state of their advancement at this point. Well, basically, we can destroy you. We can harm you physically, but we still don't know what makes you conscious. And we still don't know how your mind conceives of ideas, etc., along the way. Well, this is shades of mechanistic thinking of the technocrat mind from 1932. Make no mistake about it. A university professor in 2010 Professor Raymond Tallis of the University of Manchester. That's, by the way, C.S. Lewis was from England as well. I don't think there's any connection here, but I'm just saying. He made this statement, and he basically just hit the nail on the head. The pervasive yet mistaken idea that neuroscience does fully account for awareness and behavior is neuroscientism, an exercise in science-based faith. If we're just our brains, and our brains are just evolved organs designed to optimize our odds of survival, then we are merely beasts like any other, equally beholden as apes and centipedes to biological drives. There you go. Neuroscientism. Scientism is an evil religion, in my opinion, that dates back to the early 1800s, actually. But scientism is a faith-based, based on science, however. It's a faith-based system that predicts what science and engineering wants you as people to do. It's just one group of people lording it over a lot of other people. This is exactly what was expressed by C.S. Lewis in his book, The Abolition of Man. And, after all these decades and millions of man hours and billions of dollars spent, bottom line, they're no closer to discovering the ingredients of consciousness. The more they learn how the brain works, the less they understand the mind. The more that goal eludes them, the more they seek to control the mind with tools that are inadequate and incapable, resulting in the destruction of countless lives and unspeakable damage to civilization in the process. We're seeing this unfold right now before our eyes, I do believe. This is exactly what C.S. Lewis was talking about in his book, The Abolition of Man. Just consider. In what sense is man the possessor of increasing power over nature? What we call man's power over nature turns out to be a power exercised by some men over other men with nature as its instrument. Each new power won by man is a power over man as well. His conclusion? Man's final conquest has proved to be the abolition of man. I recommend this book to you. It's a short read, actually, but anybody can understand it for sure. His logic is very solid to come to this conclusion. The abolition of man is the only way they can get out of the nightmare that they've all put themselves in the first place. It's amazing. So, as we go forward from here, I want you to remember that all of our slides are going to be posted. Our slide decks are going to be posted on technocracy.news/the brain, and you can review these at your leisure. All of the recordings will be stored there as well. So you can listen with our slide decks, you can absorb, you can take notes and listen to stuff over and over if you have to get it in your brain to be articulate with it. But nevertheless, as we go forward from here, I hope this is a basic, give you a basic understanding where we are in this battle for the brain.
Thank you, Patrick. I often have people say to me, how could all this be going on and me not know? And that is why it's so important to understand the history. And that is why I cannot recommend Patrick's website, Technocracy News, or his books strongly enough, because he has gone back and documented all the research, all the history, and it's an invaluable body of knowledge. And when you come to understand it, you realize, you see how we got here. And of course, having that good map of what's going on is so important to find real solutions. Again, I want to just stress, control and freedom happen one person at a time. And what we want is, we want you to be free, and we want you to use this information to help yourself be free. But step one is understanding what's going on and bringing the sunshine. So let's turn to our next presentation, which is by a remarkable scholar, Dr. David Hughes. Its presentation is called Resisting the Global Technocratic Coup, Seeing the Bigger Picture. And David does a remarkable job of doing that. Let me describe his background to you. He earned his undergraduate and master's degree from Oxford University and holds a doctorate in German studies from Duke University and one in international relations from Oxford Brookes University. He was in full-time employment in academia, expected to be a university scholar. That was his life's work. But he left that profession in 2024 to exercise his freedom and full powers as a scholar, and to become a member of the study group on technology and power and bring material like this to you. His journey out of academia started with the publication of 2 books. During the global pandemic, David decided, I'm going to get to the bottom of what's going on. I'm going to understand the big picture of this shocking transformation we're experiencing. It wasn't enough for him to understand we were being lied to. We wanted to understand why we were being lied to and what the history of this was. And he has published 2 books, one with Macmillan and one with Skyhorse. The first is COVID-19 Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy, Volume 1, and then Wall Street, the Nazis, and the Crimes of the Deep State. David has made these accessible on the internet, and you can find all of his work at Substack. It's dhughes.substack.com, and he is working on Volume 2 of COVID-19 Psychological Operations and War for Technocracy, which will be available to his subscribers. It's a marvelous Substack. David is also a fellow at Brownstone Institute. One of David's greatest contributions to the work of the study group and of all of us, his ever-growing network, is defining the term Omniwar, essentially the weaponization of everything, the use of everyday systems, from our financial transactions to healthcare to food, all the different systems and materials in our life, using them and embedding control in them. And of course, at the very heart of it is the battle for the brain. And I'm pleased the Slayer Report has just published our final magazine in PDF form on his overview called Omniwar. And this has really been a breakthrough insight. And again, this study group, the study group on technology and power, Patrick, David, Lissa, and Daniel, who we're hearing from today, are leading the real scholarship in breakthrough understandings of our world and what we can do about it. So with that introduction, let's turn to David Hughes' presentation, Resisting the Global Technocratic Coup, Seeing the Big Picture. Logan, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and the title of my presentation today is The Unthinkable Threat, the Brain as the Battlescape. And I want to begin by revisiting a well-known presentation by James Giordano, the Pentagon Neuroscience and Technology Advisor, in 2018, in which he characterized the brain as the 21st century battlescape. According to Giordano, weaponized neurotechnology can be used to control subjective experience and behaviors and to leave a target sick, disabled, or dead. The way it works, he claimed, is, quote, to put minimal size electrodes in a network within a brain through only minimal intervention to be able to read and write into the brain function in real time remotely, end quote. And so the kinds of questions that I want to explore today are: how much of this is actually true? What agendas and funding sources are in play regarding weaponized neurotechnology? What is technologically feasible and what is not? And to what extent, to quote James Corbett, is the trumpeting of these neuroweapons itself part of the info war? So my presentation is split into two main parts, and the first half will deal with aspirations and limitations in neuroscience and technology. And a long-standing aspiration, going back decades, has been brain-computer interfaces. So if we go back to 1960, we find the first ARPA director envisaging mind-computer symbiosis. So in his words at that time, the hope is that in not too many years, human brains and computing machines will be coupled together very tightly, and that the resulting partnership will think as no human brain has ever thought and process data in a way not approached by the information handling machines we know today. Also in 1960, the CIA was having similar ideas. If we look at MKUltra subproject 119, we find that it was interested in the recording, analysis, and interpretation of bioelectric signals from the human organism and activation of human behavior by remote means. We'll come back to that. Delgado, funded by the Office of Naval Intelligence, was famously able to halt a charging bull using remote-controlled electrical stimulation of the brain. In a book with the menacing title Physical Control of the Mind, Delgado predicted that the new technology would provide the essential link from man to computer to man, creating a new means of control of neurophysiological functions. And in 1968, a certain Dr. D. Kretsch of the US Senate Government Operations Committee envisaged that within a matter of decades, there would come a time when we shall have the means and therefore inevitably the temptation to manipulate the behavior and intellectual functioning of all the people through environmental and biochemical manipulation of the brain, something which Zbigniew Brzezinski immediately picked up on. And so the question is, 57 years later, what has actually been achieved? Well, we now have brain implants. For example, the first person with spinal cord paralysis to receive a brain implant which allowed him to control a computer cursor was Matthew Nagel in 2006. He was able to play Pong using only his mind, and it took him about 4 days to master that skill. Since then, paralysed people with brain implants have brought objects into focus and moved robotic arms in labs. Recently, a woman who had lost her ability to speak had an implant inserted surgically onto the surface of her speech cortex, a paper-thin rectangle with 253 electrodes on it, and this gave her the ability to live stream her thoughts via AI into a synthetic voice with just a 3-second delay. There's much hope for the potential of graphene, a substance which is only 1 atom thick and superconductive, in the field of brain implants. So, for example, a company called InBrain Neuroelectronics, which was spun off from the EU Graphene Flagship project in 2019, has developed what it calls its graphene brain interface. According to the promo material, the interface enables perfect brain surface contact real-time brain mapping, and is easily coupled with smart electronics. Clinical trials of a postage stamp-sized graphene brain implant are set to begin soon in the UK. And as this article from September 2024 in World Neurosurgery makes clear, the benefits of these kinds of technologies for people who have severe communication and motor impairments owing to, for example, stroke, spinal cord injuries and neurodegenerative disorders can indeed be revolutionary if they are able to communicate and affect their external environment in ways that they were not able to before. That said, if we pull back a bit, brain-computer interfaces as they currently exist are extremely limited. The Ministry of Defence, for example, notes that two-way interfaces are at a very early stage of development, and according to one peer-reviewed paper, current implant techniques, whether in present day or extrapolated future forms, appear to be unscalable and incapable of fulfilling all of the requirements necessary for a properly comprehensive, fully functional human brain-computer interface. And so this brings us to the promise of syringe injectable nanotechnologies. And a key figure here is Harvard's Charles Lieber, who by 2015 had managed to develop with his team an unfolding mesh of electronics which could be injected directly into the brain of a mouse. This is referred to in the literature as nanoscale electronic scaffolds that can be injected via syringe and connected to devices and used to monitor neural activity, stimulate tissues, or even promote regeneration of neurons. So allegedly this is achievable in mice. To quote Lieber himself, "With our injectable electronics, it's as if they're not there at all. They are 1 million times more flexible than any state-of-the-art flexible electronics and have subcellular feature sizes. They're what I call neurophilic. They actually like to interact with neurons." And so the question is, can this kind of technology be used in humans? You can see the promise of it. For example, it's non-invasive, it doesn't require surgery. It offers single neuron precision. It's wireless, and it's able to cross the blood-brain barrier to reach deep brain structures. So to quote one article, neural nanorobotics is expected to provide a non-destructive, real-time, secure, long-term and virtually autonomous in vivo system that can realize the first functional human brain-computer interface. Carbon-based nanomaterials, including graphene, can cross the blood-brain barrier following peripheral injection. This is known. And so, for example, when we're thinking about new technologies such as magnetoelectric nanoparticles, which Lissa will say a bit more about, we see here from this diagram in another scientific article that they can be administered via intravenous injection or indeed intranasal inhalation and be made to find their way to the relevant areas of the brain. At least in theory. Experimentally, as far as I know, this is unproven in humans. Now, all of this is unfolding against the backdrop of biodigital convergence, a grand 21st century project that goes back certainly to this seminal publication by Rocco and Bainbridge, which proposes simultaneous revolutions in converging technologies, namely nano, bio, informational and cognitive, or NBIC for short. And the idea is that as these different types of technologies undergo converging revolutions. Eventually, what NASA Chief Scientist Dennis Bushnell in 2001 referred to as the IT bio-nano era would be issued in around the year 2020 of all years. Now, in simple terms, what this is really about is introducing nanotechnology into human bodies that is capable of communicating with an external network. And the nanotech component alone received considerable funding in the early 2000s. For instance, from the National Nanotechnology Initiative in the US and also the Nanotechnology Research and Development Act. But more pertinent to our cause today is neurotechnology research funding. And since 2013, massive amounts of funding transnationally have flowed into this area. So, for instance, the US Brain Initiative, established in 2013, the EU's Human Brain Project and Graphene Flagship Project, again, both 2013. Japan's Brain Minds Project, a 10-year project beginning in 2014, and the Chinese Institute for Brain Research. One of the early projects to be funded by the US Brain Initiative was a Rockefeller University initiative to find what they called a new way to remotely control brain cells by combining the use of radio waves or magnetic fields with nanoparticles to turn neurons on or off. And this was successfully achieved in rats, enabling what Rockefeller University called magnetic mind control. A World Economic Forum article on a different project a few years later had the title Mind Control Using Sound Waves. And so we see here from these in-house references to mind control that this was never really fundamentally about health. It's about control. Now, one of the ways that the brain is often modeled is as a computer. And this is entirely in keeping with the mechanistic mindset of technocracy, which Pat discussed. The idea is always that human beings are reducible to machines. And as we've entered the IT bio-nano era since 2020, we've seen quite a lot of this. The brain as a computer, the body as an operating system, DNA as program code, humans allegedly can be upgraded or hacked, vaccines allow for plug and play, booster shots were sold like battery chargers. Now, the National Research Council in the US back in 2002 conceived of the brain as a nanocomputer. It said the brain is a massively parallel nanocomputer. For the first time, nanotechnology is revealing approaches to the design and construction of computational systems based more precisely upon the natural principles of biological nervous systems. Okay, well, that's one way of thinking about it, but we soon run into problems when we go down that road. So, for example, if we consider DARPA's Neural Engineering System Design Program, it had the lofty sounding ambition of producing neural interfaces to engage more than 1 million neurons in parallel. However, as the program manager Philip Alvelder was the first to recognize, 1 million neurons represents a minuscule percentage of the 86 billion neurons in the human brain. Its deeper complexities are going to remain a mystery for some time to come. And so, in other words, the brain is about 86,000 times more complex than the best possible outcome here in DARPA's NESD program. The artist's representation on the right gives a flavour of this. This is just one of the 86 billion neurons in the brain, and you can see all of the synapses and other connections coming from it. Recently, scientists were able to extract and analyze a cubic millimeter size sample from the cerebral cortex, and they found that that tiny sample alone contained 150 million synapses. In total, it's thought that there are about 100 trillion connections in the brain, 1,000 times more than the number of stars in the Milky Way. So this is the type of complexity which scientists are trying to model and understand. Here is a result from a study that was published just a couple of weeks ago. World's most detailed brain map built from a grain of brain tissue. So again, very, very tiny amounts. And in this grain of brain tissue, they were able to produce a reconstruction involving over 200,000 cells and 500 million connections. But again, when you keep in mind the total figures for the brain, this is only 1/200,000th of the total number of connections in the brain. So modeling this seems extremely difficult, and the scientists themselves are the first to admit the limitations of their understanding. So according to Gaurav Sharma, for instance, the brain is the final frontier in medical science. We understand so little of it. Or the UK Ministry of Defence, there is still a huge amount that is not known about the brain. Or Robert McCreight, we know far less than we should about our brain, its biochemistry, its internal reciprocal systems embedded in the central nervous system, its plasticity, its biophysical governance of the body, our autonomic system, and its overall neurobiological vulnerability. And again, just keeping things in perspective, remember the human brain has an estimated 86 billion neurons. But according to the chief scientific officer at the Allen Institute for Brain Science, quote, the roundworm has exactly 302 neurons, and we still have no frigging idea how this animal works. So how on earth are we going to understand human beings with 86 billion neurons? No one has ever been able to explain human consciousness. And therefore, I would submit that it is hubristic to imagine that scientists will unlock the mysteries of the brain, as was the Brain Initiative's mission. So is it possible to read the mind from brain signals? Klaus Schwab certainly seems to think so. At Davos in 2017, he asked the Google co-founder Sergey Brin, can you imagine that in 10 years, 20 years, sitting here, we have an implant in our brains, and I can immediately tell you how the people react to your answers? Well, here we are, 8 years later, and there's still no sign of Schwab's vision materializing. I had some interesting correspondence from Josh Mitteldorf, which I can cite here with his permission, and he was mentioning Neuralink, Elon Musk's futuristic sounding project to put brain implants into people. So Mitteldorf says, the way Neuralink works is to implant an electrode sensor in a region of the brain where there is some plasticity. Motivated people or animals seem able to use biofeedback to train themselves to send a voltage to that place at will. It's certainly a remarkable skill that our brains have, but there's a big gap between this and the chip in the brain that can detect a meaningful signal when the person has not trained himself to talk to the chip. And that seems to me to be a fair assessment. Instead of brain implants being able to do this, the best way we seem to have at present for reading brain signals is electroencephalography. And again, the UK Ministry of Defence claims that rapid advances are being made in this regard, but as we'll see, the applications are still relatively basic and certainly a far cry from Schwab's mind-reading implants. This is relatively recent. Meta's brain-to-QWERTY AI, announced in February 2025, Apparently, it can convert brain activity into text with unmatched accuracy, decoding up to 80% of characters typed by participants whose brain activity was recorded using magnetoencephalography, which is allegedly twice as effective as electroencephalography. But you can see this is a very bulky item. The participant has to sit still in it. They have to be in a magnetically shielded room. You can see immediately that there's a long way to go from this to being able to read other people's minds through brain implants. DARPA has proposed something called a neural evidence aggregation tool. This would allow DARPA to aggregate pre-conscious brain signals to determine what someone believes to be true. Now, they sell it under healthcare pretext, so early detection of depression and anxiety and so on. Of course, it could obviously be repurposed as a thought crime or pre-crime detector if ever developed. Thankfully, there's no evidence that I'm aware of that this kind of creepy technology actually exists yet. And so if it's difficult to read brain signals, writing to the brain seems even harder, and that very phrase seems slightly misleading to me. The first successful brain-to-brain communication was in 2014, and it was really crude. So the person on the left looked at an image of either hands or feet. Their brain signals were read using EEG, coded as a signal either 0 or 1, and then that signal was sent to the second participant via transcranial magnetic stimulation. And if it was a 1, that person would perceive a flash of light, and if it was a 0, they'd get nothing. So it really is that basic at the moment. A slightly more complex was a 3-way exercise in which 2 people would look at this kind of Tetris-like game and make a decision on whether or not the block needed to be rotated. Again, EEG would read their brain signals for a decision, encode it and send it in a similar way as before to the receiver, who would then make a decision whether or not to rotate it. An EEG interface would then make the block turn or not, and this had an accuracy rate of about 80%. But again, you can see this is really very, very basic stuff involving quite clunky technology. DARPA's N3 program in 2019 sponsored many projects, one of them being interested in systems that do not require surgery and can read and write to 16 independent locations in a chunk of brain the size of a pea with a lag of no more than 50 milliseconds. It wanted to achieve that in 4 years. Again, I've not seen any evidence that it actually has been achieved. And something else which is unachievable are various transhumanist fantasies. Ray Kurzweil is the main figure here. So back in 2005, Kurzweil sought to persuade us that by 2030, nanobot technology will provide fully immersive, totally convincing virtual reality. If the nanobots remain inactive, we experience real reality. But if we want to experience virtual reality, the nanobots suppress all sensory inputs and replace them with signals that the brain experiences as if they came from your physical body. Right. Well, here we are in 2025, and the reality is the metaverse could be a legendary misadventure, Meta executive says, if Reality Labs don't turn things around in 2025. Reality Labs has sunk tens of billions of dollars into VR development, but the technology has never broken through to the next big thing status as once predicted. And again, you can see that it's absolutely miles off where Kurzweil predicts it will be within the next 5 years. Another thing that Kurzweil's nanobots promised to be able to do was to connect our neocortex to a synthetic neocortex in the cloud. Our thinking, said Kurzweil in a 2014 TED Talk, will be a biological and non-biological hybrid. Elon Musk has had similar ideas regarding a symbiosis with artificial intelligence, a merging with AI, so that we won't be left behind, in his words. Well, the thing to understand here is that these kinds of ideas have a history. You can trace them deep into the 20th century. For example, H.G. Wells's idea of the world brain, Teilhard de Chardin's notion of the noosphere, Peter Russell's idea of the global brain, Barbara Marx Hubbard's book of co-creation. The general idea across this literature is that evolution's next stage will involve humanity being connected by electronic networks into some kind of unified or higher global consciousness. As Jacob Nordangard has written about in his book Rockefeller Controlling the Game, these kinds of ideas are Rockefeller funded and also linked to New Age movements. And so it seems to me that ultimately they are rooted in a secularized form of religion fit for a world state, not in science. So the second part of my presentation is going to look at the military dimension behind all of this. Electromagnetic warfare has a long history, which I made a presentation on in the summer of 2024. But for our purposes, Havana syndrome is particularly interesting. This was a cluster of mystery illnesses that afflicted US and Canadian diplomats and their families who were stationed in Havana, Cuba in 2016. Now, where this gets interesting is what happened to their brains. MRI scans from 23 men and 17 women showed changes in brain structure and functional connectivity between different parts of the brain. Now, Havana syndrome, of course linked to Cuba, is blamed on foreign actors and official enemies, but as James Corbett noted in his introduction to this symposium, the real perpetrators are always much closer to home. In fact, Havana syndrome proves to be transnational. Individuals have been targeted in multiple countries. Now, coming back to the victims in Cuba, one of the treating doctors there, Douglas H. Smith, said, "None of these patients we have seen suffered any type of blunt head trauma, and yet their symptoms are remarkably similar to those found in persistent concussion syndrome." So this is what Len Burr calls non-kinetic brain injury. And therefore the significance of Havana syndrome is that it indicates the existence of targeted electromagnetic weaponry capable of damaging the brain without the need for physical trauma or concussion. McCreight calls this kind of weaponry neurostrike. And so you can see why people have concerns about 5G in this regard, a targeted form of EMF. Many other reasons, of course, but if individuals are targetable by EMF, then non-kinetic brain injury, the equivalent to a blunt head trauma, could be caused remotely and invisibly. And of course, what happens if the targeting is made more precise by brain implants serving as targeting devices? We do have to consider these kinds of possibilities, particularly as the World Economic Forum seeks to normalize the idea of brain chips. So Klaus Schwab, for example, said that first we will implant them in our clothes, and then we'll implant them in our brains or under our skin. Another WEF participant said brain implants are part of a natural evolution that wearables once underwent. And Duke University professor Nita Farhani called at Davos for a massive shift from wearables to implanted brain technology. Well, it looks pretty dangerous to me if most of the population is walking around with brain implants. They become targetable. Another military dimension to all of this is NATO's cognitive warfare doctrine, which was announced in 2020 the year that the Omniwar began. It has a lot to do with disruptive ICT, particularly regarding social media, which makes it possible to identify millions of individuals, to profile them all psychographically, and then to target their cognition. The problem is that when news feeds and comment sections and content recommendations and so on are all algorithmically manipulated, an individual's sense of reality can be distorted. And when that happens, the rational discussion and debate that is necessary for democracy to function is undermined by the echo chambers created by algorithms. A society that's composed of people experiencing different social realities can't communicate properly, it can't function democratically, it can't have rational debate and discussion. In fact, it can only be managed technocratically. And so cognitive warfare has what NATO's François de Cluzel calls the potential to unravel the entire social contract that underpins societies. And that, I would submit, is precisely the point. The point of the Omniwar is to destroy centuries of liberal tradition and replace it with global technocracy. Unlike in traditional propaganda, individuals subjected to cognitive warfare are not mere passive recipients of certain kinds of messaging, but rather actively help to drive the messaging themselves through social media and other forms of online participation. In that respect, de Cluzel says, the individual becomes the weapon. The objective is to make everyone a weapon and to harm societies. Again, cognitive warfare is blamed on official enemies such as Russian disinformation, but we see it playing out in our own societies. Dual-use technology is something that we also need to think about, and the civilian mask that some of these military operations adopt. Going back to the early NBIC literature, the seminal report by Rocco and Bainbridge that I mentioned was formalized with the encouragement of the US Department of Defense. Similarly, the early NBIC research projects were sponsored by all three major branches of the US military, so the Air Force Office of Scientific Research, the Army War College, and the Office of Naval Research. And so it's been known for a long time that the military profits from partnering with the civilian sector when trying to develop certain technologies. So in the case of biodigital convergence, it's primarily the medical and pharmaceutical and the electrical engineering sectors that it's partnered with. Now, NATO's de Cluzel makes no secret of this. For example, he refers to the BRAIN initiative and other similar initiatives, which are supposedly civilian initiatives, as the militarization of brain science. He told the NATO Association of Canada, quote, "You all know that it's very easy to turn a civilian technology into a military one." And according to de Cluzel, through pairing information technology and health nanotechnologies, it should be possible to develop, quote, "a hybridized human system." So it's very obvious that this dual-use technology is going on. We also know that DARPA has invested large amounts of money in a large number of neuroscience and technology programs since at least 2002. I have a long list of them in my book. We know that a third of the BRAIN initiative's funding in 2016, for instance, came from DARPA. We know about its major N3 program, Next Generation Non-Surgical Neurotechnology program, sponsored many projects. One of them was for injectable bidirectional brain control technology interfaces. Doesn't that sound lovely? DARPA still continues to fund this kind of research, for instance, into magnetoelectric nanoparticles. Now, coming back to James Giordano, he actually served as a consulting ethicist on the DARPA N3 project. And in 2024, he came out and said this: "By intent, N3 holds promise in medicine, but the tech is also provocative for communications of all sorts, and its dual use is obvious. Yes, Pandora, this jar's been opened. If we consider the sum totaled operations of the embodied brain to be mined, and N3 type tech is aimed at remotely sensing and modulating these operations, then it doesn't require much of a stretch to recognize that this is fundamentally mind reading and mind control. So I ask you, what kind of an ethicist has no qualms about opening Pandora's box and using this kind of technology to pursue mind control? Smart dust is another area developed in a civilian capacity, for instance, through IBM in 2015, which again could easily be weaponized, and Giordano was on that too. In 2017, he envisaged, quote, a nanoswarm of biopenetrable materials that are able to integrate themselves through a variety of membranes, mucous membranes, and wherever, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, eventually diffusing directly into the brain space, and these can be weaponized. So again, is this kind of technology technologically feasible? We don't know. We do know that DARPA in 2019 was funding research into minutely invasive technologies that can be swallowed, sniffed, injected, or absorbed into the human body. I'm not aware of what the outcome of that research was. At the time, the project program manager said that this was a whole new ecosystem that doesn't exist right now. But the question is always, with all of this funding and investment, how long will it be before such technology does exist? And indeed, does it exist already? Which brings us to the realm of classified military technology. And so the Harvard historian of science, Peter Gallison, in 2004, estimated that the volume of classified scientific research is 5 to 10 times greater than publicly available scientific research. So what this means is that we need to have a very large degree of intellectual humility when thinking about classified technology. The public actually has no idea what is scientifically and technologically possible behind the scenes. For example, during the Cold War, classified military technology such as the SR-71 Blackbird, the F-117 Nighthawk, and the U-2 spy plane led public awareness by around 5 to 7 years. So if you'd have said to someone it's possible to fly coast to coast in the United States in about an hour, they would have said, don't be ridiculous. But it already was. It was just classified. Similarly, if the Twin Towers were, as I and many others suspect, destroyed using cold fusion technology, well, that still officially doesn't exist. And in that case, the disclosure gap could have widened to at least 24 years. So how much of this is sci-fi and how much of it is science fact? Difficult to know, but we do know that some of the key individuals are very keen to persuade us, at least, that it's science fact. For example, Professor Ian Akiyildis, the key figure in the Internet of Bio-Nano Things literature, addressed an audience in 2011, and he was talking about body sensor networks, a very new topic at the time. And he told the audience, you inject these into the body of the human. And as he did so, he explicitly took pains to deny that this was science fiction. He was telling them then that it could already be done. Similarly, the Israeli scientist Ido Bashley in 2013 is seen here on the right. He gave a TED talk about syringe injectable nanobots equipped with antennas and IP addresses. And one of the first things he said was that all the technologies that you are going to see here now are real. Or there's a NATO report from 2021 co-authored by Johns Hopkins and Imperial College London. It says advances in biophysical, biochemical and behavioral technologies are beginning to turn science fiction into reality. And so I had an interesting conversation recently with a well-educated critic of the COVID-19 countermeasures who was trying to persuade me that nanobots and nanotechnology simply don't exist and that they're just, this is an idea being used to scare us. Well, I mean, you've only got to go to Google Scholar and do a search for electron microscope and nanobot, and you get about 16,000 results come up, and there's all kinds of papers and all kinds of images like this. So clearly, nanotechnology does exist. I think the point is it can't be used to do the kinds of things that Kurzweil wants us to believe it can. NATO commander Cornelis van der Kloor certainly makes it sound as though supposed sci-fi is already a reality. In a 2023 NATO report, he wrote the following: neural nanotechnology can be used to bring nano-sized robots close to a neuron via the bloodstream and make it possible to link the human brain directly to a computer, making use of artificial intelligence in the process. Now, he appears to be stating that as fact. I mean, is this just an overconfident pronouncement, a prediction? But it sounds as though he's claiming it's already possible. So with these kinds of considerations in mind, I think that Neuralink is a PSYOP. For example, it had its first human trial participant in January 2024, and a month later that person was able to control a computer mouse with their brain. But if you think about it, that's a worse result than in 2006 when we saw Matthew Nagel playing Pong with his mind after only 4 days of training. So this technology is certainly not revolutionary. It's all about the idea of the brain implant again, a chip planted in a brain. But in 2017, Musk himself stated you could go through the veins and the arteries. So what did he know then? So is the public being sold the image of Neuralink as some kind of emergent futuristic technology when self-assembling neural nanotechnologies may already be a reality? I think we have to at least ask the question. And an even more uncomfortable question: has classified technology already been deployed against the public? So with the advent of syringe injectable nanotechnologies, was it just a coincidence that a reported 5.55 billion people were injected with experimental substances off the back of a military PSYOP? If we're honest, we'll admit that the public has no idea what was in these products that it was pressured, deceived and coerced into taking. There is now a mounting literature on this, and I'll just flash up one image here from a paper out this month by David Nixon. It's a very long paper, deals just with the contents of the Pfizer injectable, and it contains scores of extraordinary images from under the microscope, very lengthy analysis, and Nixon himself finds that these kinds of structures are, quote, indicative of intentional design and principles of programmed assembly. In other words, he thinks there's technology in the shots, and I don't think that we can rule that possibility out. Remote control organisms. So if you think back to that 1960 MK Ultra subproject 119 and an interest in methods for remote controlling human beings, well, what we do know now is that we can remote control mice using magnetothermal neuromodulation. So in 2017, this was used to cause ambulation in mice, or to cause them to rotate about their body axis, or to cause them to freeze, all by stimulating different areas of the brain remotely. There's also what's called nanomind technology, which uses magnetic fields and nanotechnology to remotely activate and control brain regions in mice, modulating both emotions and social behaviors. So what was interesting about that project, again using remote means, was you could make the mice become more nurturing, or you could dial their appetite up and down. And so it does raise the troubling question: could physical and social behavior in humans be controlled the same way? For instance, to produce docility or obedience or conformity. this could be how you pacify the population. Well, it's hard to know. J.J. Couey, for example, has made the point that mice brains are in fact very different from rat brains, let alone human brains. And so you can't meaningfully extrapolate from experiments in mice to feasibility in humans. And indeed, when you look at the literature on this, it's all conceptual and theoretical when it comes to humans. Nothing has been proven experimentally yet. But again, the intent seems clear. So when we read, for example, Yuval Noah Harari, in 2017, he had this to say: "Experiments performed on Homo sapiens indicate that, like rats, humans too can be manipulated, and that it is possible to create or annihilate even complex feelings such as love, anger, fear, and depression by stimulating the right spots on the human brain. The US military has recently initiated experiments on implanting computer chips in people's brains." So again, what kind of mentality is this that is thinking of human beings like rats and talking about the military chipping their brains? In actual fact, it gets quite sick. Consider, for instance, the remote control cyborg beetle. This was back in 2016, but scientists were essentially able to hijack a beetle's muscles and control its walking speed and direction. There's some horrendous videos of this available online. You can see it struggling, but it still obeys the signals. And those who are controlling the signals get a kick out of this. There's something really wrong with them. And again, on the crooked mentality of those who are developing these technologies, look at the front cover of Giordano's 2012 book on neurotechnology. You've got a brain attached to a joystick like it's a video game. So there's no medical function whatsoever. There's just direct control. This is how he's thinking about it. Or Bachelet's nanobots. He said in his TED talk, the controller actually links those nanobots to the network like an Xbox. So this is especially troubling when we think about the PlayStation mentality associated with drone warfare and the pilots killing more people than they need to because they're thousands of miles away. It becomes a bit like a video game and they end up with PTSD. So it's not good that these kinds of technologies were immediately conceived of in video game terms. Now, again, in light of the mass injection campaign of 2021 and in the context of biodigital convergence, the retired professor of international political economy, Kees van der Pijl, writes in his book that the possibility, at least, of what he calls vaccination as neurological remote control must be taken seriously. And so in his view, this is not something which is practically feasible yet, but in principle, linking human organisms to artificial intelligence for the benefit of the oligarchy that now controls the planet is possible. So we have to be thinking along these lines. And again, the classified military technology means we simply don't know how much progress, in inverted commas, has been made in that direction. Just as an aside, it's interesting to note that Moncef Slaoui, the chief scientific advisor on Operation Warp Speed and previously the head of R&D and vaccines at GSK, in 2013 announced a move towards electroceuticals that, and this is quoting a paper that he wrote, target individual nerve fibers or specific brain circuits to treat an array of conditions. These will modulate the neural impulses that control the body. So how about that? A figure interested in electroceuticals was at the heart of Operation Warp Speed. And unfortunately, the more we go in this direction, we find that even torture, in theory, becomes possible. And again, we have to remember that electroshock was a key part of MKUltra, but the new nanotechnologies, in theory at least, create some unimaginably horrific tools of torture. To quote Kuiper from back in 2003, or the Defense Intelligence Agency in 2008 said torture could be altered by products in the neuroscience market. Or in 2019, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Niels Melzer, received numerous reports of electronic torture and forms of torture involving medical implants and conceivably nano or neurological devices. So there are some who say, well, why would they do this? There's no need to develop such kinds of technologies. They already have highly advanced control techniques of a different nature, for example, propaganda, narrative, and psyops, and so on. And some of those techniques themselves are said to damage the brain, if you read Michael Nails's book, The Indoctrinated Brain. The thing is, though, that as Latipova recognizes, the percentage of the population resisting the mind control manipulation techniques is growing over time. I too have written about that. And a ruthless predator class is constantly looking for newer and more efficient methods of social control. And so if you have physical control of the brain at your disposal and you are seeking total control, then the neurological pathways that kind of brain control opens up are far harder to break than anything that could be induced by psychological techniques. It's often said, for example, that about a fifth of the population is, for whatever reason, immune to hypnosis. So there'll always be those that you don't get with the psychological techniques. 23% of UK adults didn't take the vaccine. But if you can get this kind of technology into people's brains, physical control of the brain, could anybody actually then resist? So in conclusion, the state of the known research. Contemporary brain implants remain relatively crude, while syringe injectable neural nanotechnologies remain unproven in humans, at least in the open literature. Nevertheless, vast amounts of funding and institutional support have flowed into neuroscience and technology research transnationally since 2013 from very powerful actors seeking to achieve, in their words, mind control. The positive achievements of this kind of technology are very limited. Cutting-edge research comes nowhere close to modelling, let alone understanding the complex workings of the brain. The ability to read brain signals and write to the brain appears extremely basic at the moment, and transhumanist ideas about fully immersive virtual reality, merging with AI, etc. are pure fantasy. Unfortunately, the military influence seems far stronger and far more successful. For example, we now know about the neurostrike capabilities in electromagnetic warfare that can cause non-kinetic brain injury. We know that cognitive warfare is being used to degrade the rationality of the citizenry and to undermine democracy. We know that dual-use technology has allowed military R&D to advance in civilian disguise, for instance, in the form of injectable nanotechnologies and smart dust. In my opinion, classified military technology is almost certainly involved in the Omniwar, and for all we know, it may already have been deployed or at least tested in the so-called COVID-19 vaccines. So the implications of all of this are that rather than upgrading or augmenting human beings, neural nanotechnologies seem more likely to be used as weapons. They could serve any of the following functions: to regulate social behavior, for instance, by inducing docility, passivity, and obedience, to control physical movements, and to inflict pain, debility, torture, or death. They could also be used to harvest biometric data and link human bodies to the blockchain, but that would be a topic for a different presentation. So to come back to Giordano, is the brain the 21st century battlescape? Well, it's certainly one key terrain of the Omniwar. There's a clear continuity of agenda to dominate the human mind as strange notes from the chemical and physiological, psychological methods of the 20th century to the digital and neurological frontiers of the 21st. If we strip out the bogus computer metaphor and ignore transhumanist fantasies, what remains is a 21st century NBIC project that has been planned and funded for decades, whose military applications are obvious, and which points in the direction of a biodigital totalitarian control system. All of this is consistent with the war for technocracy and the ultimate aim of the transnational ruling class to use novel technologies to enslave the rest of humanity. So thank you for your attention. A few pieces of further information to close. All of the years and images in this presentation are hyperlinked to the original source. So to access the presentation materials, please visit technocracy.news/the-brain. All of the images here have been offered under fair use. And for those interested in supporting my work, please visit dhughes.substack.com or davidahughes.net/support. Thank you.
Wow, that was remarkable, and such a great example of why remarkable scholarship is so essential to everything we're doing. So I come back to my theme that control and freedom happen one person at a time, and we want you to be free. And so David's work and this kind of understanding that people really are trying to control you and people really are using extraordinary technologies is very helpful for you. One, we don't want you to feel, we all intuitively understand these things are happening, but understanding sort of how they work is step one to breaking out. So one of the things I want to mention, which comes down to one of the things we can do, is if you look at where we pay our taxes, if you look at where our pension funds or retirement savings or different savings buy government bonds or corporate stocks and bonds, it is remarkable how much of this work we are financing, or we are going to work and we are helping to implement it. And if we can see that, we have the power to change that. We have the power to reverse what we're doing with our time, what we're doing with our resources, what we're helping to build. And so, again, that's step one to reversing things. Now, the next presentation is equally remarkable. We are going to be listening to Lissa Johnson. The name of the presentation, Social Engineering in the Bio-Nano Age, Mapping the Leading Edge of Dual-Use Neurotechnologies. Lissa is someone who I have gotten to know as a result of the pandemic. I met her working with a group of doctors and scientists who are trying to get back down or sort of get into and figure out what was really going on the pandemic. And Lissa's contribution was extraordinary. It was extraordinary to me. It was extraordinary to all the different people who participated. Lissa just has a marvelous understanding of people, how we operate, and let me just describe her qualifications. She has an undergraduate degree in media studies and behavioral science with an honors thesis in neuroimmunology, a master's in clinical psychology, and a PhD on the psychological processes involved in manipulating reality and perception. Her work has been published widely, from The Lancet to the Sunday Morning Herald's many other papers, particularly in Australia. Lissa, from 2003, had a practice in clinical psychology, and in 2023 relinquished her psychologist registration because of the health practitioner legislation in Australia. And in 2024, she stepped down from all administrative roles and just exited the health profession. Like David and many other great scholars, decided instead to participate in the study group on technology and power and really pursue the involvement of technology in ways of controlling. Her current focus is on the social psychological aspects of the COVID area and the role of the military intelligence agencies in transhumanism. And as you'll see from this presentation, she has done remarkable research in understanding what has been happening for years in terms of patents and funding and programs to use these kinds of neurotechnologies. So again, this is one you want to listen very, very closely to. Remarkable understandings of what's been happening, behind the scenes of the technologies that are being rolled out and why our power to change this and to remain free should not be underestimated. So with no further ado, Lissa Johnson, Social Engineering in the Bio-Nano Age, Mapping the Leading Edge of Dual-Use Neurotechnologies. Take it away, Logan.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Catherine. The title of my presentation today is Social Engineering in the Bio-Nano Age, Mapping the Leading Edge of Dual-Use Neurotechnologies. And I'll be following on from our last Omniwar symposium, this time zeroing in on brain-related aspects of the military-grade transhumanism that we argue is underway, hand in glove with technocracy. And like last time, the slides accompanying this presentation will be available after the symposium on the technocracy.news website with supporting material and references. So the fundamental question I'm delving into here is, what tools and technologies are available to those in power should they seek to bring the science of social engineering, which Patrick talked about, into the 21st century by directly targeting the brain? Looking at dual use cases or technology with both civilian and military applications. So in colloquial terms, we're talking about how in this age of advancing AI and brain-machine interfaces, those in power might move from soft to hard mind control, should they so choose. And neuromodulation is the medical term, which is defined as the alteration of nerve activity through targeted delivery of a stimulus. And in terms of its application to social engineering, I've adapted the definition of strategic communication to give strategic neuroinfluence, or the purposeful use of neuromodulation by an organisation to fulfil its mission. And like all the material we're covering today, as discussed at the last symposium, it can be very difficult to talk about this subject matter without sounding crazy and without eliciting reactions such as the ones on this slide. So, like last time, I'll structure the talk in terms of common yes-but objections, which you're very likely to encounter if you try to talk about this material. And in the process, I'll aim to lay a path along empirically solid ground, which is easier said than done, because as David mentioned, we appear to be up against a giant wall of secrecy. Harvard historian of science Peter Gallison writes that classified scientific research is around 5 to 10 times larger than the open literature, such that we civilians are living with our unseeing backs to a vast and classified empire we barely know. And that's very similar to something that the former NASA Langley chief scientist said in a 2001 presentation at a national security conference, during which he described technologies being developed in the national security domain, leading to what he called a bio-nano age, which was set to commence in 2020. Technologies of the bio-nano era were to include nanorobots, genetic engineering, and implantable electronics for monitoring and, relevant to today's talk, brain stimulation, which he stressed were based in all cases upon existing technologies and were no pixie dust, even in 2001. However, in terms of our ability to navigate this terrain as civilians, there was one really important piece of information shared during the presentation. I think it's very important, which was that the kinds of technologies described tend to remain in inventory for over 40 years, which would mean that by the time they reach the public domain, they would be 4 decades old, like seeing the phones on the left as cutting-edge technology. All of which is consistent with the book Dual Use Science and Technology, Ethics and Weapons of Mass Destruction. Written by a bioethicist and national security consultant, the book argues that in order to prevent what it calls great evil from dual-use science and technology, there ought to be a degree of collective scientific ignorance, or at least among the general population, which is a truly remarkable proposition that flies directly in the face of the most basic principles of power dynamics. Removing public accountability and oversight by keeping populations in the dark frees power to be used and abused with impunity. On top of which, important aspects of dual-use science and technology appear to be grossly underregulated. According to neuroethicist and Pentagon advisor James Giordano, in an article on weaponizing brain science, while existing international agreements on biological and chemical weapons limit institutional research, some medical neurobiological technologies might not fall within existing rules, which leaves a gap for shielding military neuroscience behind commercial norms. In other words, neuroweapons behind trade secrets. Giordano adds that products intended for the health market can be, and frequently are, developed for possible employment in military applications, a topic we explored at the last Omniwar symposium. And within that health market, some of the key components of dual-use neurotechnologies are essentially unregulated, simply by virtue of being nanoscale. As noted in a 2020 paper on the regulation of nanomaterials and nanomedicines, although there is great anticipation surrounding the field, there is currently very little regulatory guidance in this area. Similarly, from pioneers in nanopathology, taking advantage of the virtual absence of rules, nanoproducts are blindly invading the market. End users are kept unaware not only of the dangers, but in many cases they do not even know that they are using a nanoproduct, since declaring their presence is not mandatory. Add to that what appears to be secrecy surrounding aerosolization activities involving dual-use chemicals and pharmaceuticals, at least in the United States, and taking it all together, populations are kept in the dark with respect to everything on this slide. And it's very easy to feel crazy and disbelieve your own eyes and ears when reading information such as this. In fact, dismissing yourself as crazy can be psychologically easier than contemplating the implications of this unchecked power. Because, as a simple glance at history will attest, power structures that keep populations in the dark do not treat those populations well. Another implication with direct relevance to what we're covering today is that any attempt to map this terrain must be undertaken in darkness. But how on earth do we do that? How can anyone map any territory that they're not permitted to see? Particularly when the perception management apparatus keeps bystanders armed with a steady supply of barbs to keep you stumbling as you try. And in fact, this combination of extensive secrecy and denigrating citizens who seek to understand is, one could argue, straight out of a playbook on grooming populations for abuse. Because there are many parallels between the tactics deployed against populations to maintain unchecked power and those deployed against abuse victims. A tactic used to groom victims for abuse, for instance, is to confuse, deceive, disorient, keep them guessing, and keep them in the dark, all to induce a state in which people don't trust their own sense of reality and rely instead on their abuser to dictate reality for them, what to think, what to feel, what to say, and how to behave. Combined with telling victims that up is down and black is white, gaslighting, while mocking and humiliating them for their confusion. Just as citizens seeking to make sense of realities shrouded in secrecy are denigrated and increasingly persecuted as conspiracy theorists, disinformationists, dangers to democracy, and even extremists. You're bad. You're stupid. You're crazy. You had it coming. Which keeps everybody on their toes and tenterhooks, consciously and unconsciously complying to evade abuse by being a good partner, good parent, good child, good citizen. Making it all the more important that we work to inform ourselves, because, as we said at the last symposium, resistance depends on understanding what we are facing. But how? How can we chart a path along solid ground through such impossible terrain, particularly when material that is in the public domain may be decades out of date? So the approach I'm going to take today will be to distinguish between three types of knowledge. The first is known knowns, what we know, with a focus on primary sources. That is, original documents, original quotes, original studies, as opposed to second-hand accounts, as much as possible. The second is known unknowns, what we know we don't know, the realm of informed hypotheses, educated guesses, or just open questions, which are reasonable and important to advance. That's how knowledge progresses. And the third is unknown unknowns, which by definition we can't name because we haven't encountered them yet, but which I think it behooves us to remain aware of in the interests of recognising the limits of our knowledge and our understanding. And in fact, drawing these distinctions is what science is made of. Real science, that is, not, quote, the science, herding us towards technocracy, and which is just doublespeak for diktat and dogma. So before we dive into the specifics of some of the neurotechnologies, let's start with a few known knowns about the surrounding political and military context. So here's a title of a thesis from the Naval Postgraduate School in 2021, titled "Neurowar is Here!" Original. In the thesis, the authors say that neurowar is a new form of warfare, one that is focused on enhancing, targeting, and weaponizing the human brain to manipulate and control both adversaries and domestic populations alike. Oh, yes, but just because they say that doesn't mean it's true. Well, no, it doesn't. However, it is consistent with the very large volume of primary source material regarding military intelligence transhumanism that I covered at the last symposium, which focuses on cyborg soldiers, cyborg civilians, cyborg societies, and particularly cyborg brains, with brain augmentation and brain-computer interfaces the leading area of interest in military transhumanism, including for purposes of creating hive minds, all connected to AI. And as part of that, I pointed out that the military and government appear to be progressing on the issue in lockstep, with supporting policies being implemented administration after administration in the US. And in Europe, in 2016, the European Commission published a report heralding the advent of a transhumanistic era, such that by 2020, a new form of human, a transhuman, will emerge. Among the European Commission's projections was brain-to-brain communication in which data will be received by brain implants and thoughts will be instantaneously captured and shared between humans at a global level. In other words, our minds would not be our own. The report also adds, quite astonishingly, genetically enhanced humans will be the majority in the world. This is a formal document coming from the European Commission. Don't let anybody tell you it's all in your mind. And consistent with the European Commission's stance on homogenizing global brains, the Neurowar is Here thesis states, the instruments, tools, and impacts necessary for neurowar are increasingly similar to the same tools needed for political power, thus increasing the likelihood of their continued development, employment, and implementation. Yes, but why would they need neurowar when propaganda and psyops will do? Well, here's what the authors say. Information manipulation has become increasingly valuable, but as awareness is raised, the value will decrease, thus necessitating a response to go further towards direct brain manipulation and eventually control. In addition, more direct neuromodulation promises social engineers a number of advantages over softer, more traditional means. So psychological as opposed to neurological influence pathways are more labour-intensive and more content-based. Influence must be chronically and repetitively deployed issue by issue. Terrorism, Russia, COVID, back to terrorism. Inducing a state-based, in other words, passing influence, rather than a trait-based or more enduring influence, with the potential for one-shot and or irreversible outcomes. For example, introducing a carbon-based nanomaterial into the limbic system of a rodent brain disrupts fear learning and eliminates self-preservation behaviour, essentially hiding in response to a predator, in this case a cat, in the image on the left. Framed as an animal model of PTSD and anxiety with human implications, in reality this involves supplicating prey by ablating healthy fight-flight behaviours and survival responses. And although the nanomaterial was injected directly into the brain, in the study on the left, the same substance can be peripherally injected in the bloodstream, as in the middle image, or administered through the nose, on the right, in all cases reaching the brain's limbic system. So a known unknown here is whether, in social engineering terms, this kind of ostensibly medical neurotechnology might ever be exploited for maintaining power, as the neurowar thesis proposes. For instance, by a predator class seeking to supplicate the masses. Yes, but that's just rats. It's mad to suggest that anyone might seek to pacify us by covertly adulterating our brains. Well, yes, it does sound mad. However, in the bioethics literature, there are arguments for what is called covert, compulsory, moral bioenhancement. In other words, obedience, which involves biologically as opposed to socially engineered compliance with official conceptions of morality. In other words, right think. An example often given is climate change. This concept has been proposed by ethicists and academics at leading institutions, including Oxford and Yale. It's alleged that there is an urgent imperative to enhance the moral character of humanity by technological means. Not only should moral bioenhancement be compulsory, it should also be covert. That's a quote. Among the methods advanced to achieve this are genetic engineering, pharmaceuticals, hormones, feminizing men, and neurotechnologies, brain stimulation and brain-computer interfaces. There's a book chapter on the subject called Cyborg Virtues, Using Brain Stimulation for Moral Enhancement, and a paper lauding the imperative of enhanced compliance with social norms in the interests of social order, including medical compliance, and equating disobedience with amorality. Which brings to mind, as discussed at the last symposium, the dark history of the term enhancement. Here we have enhanced interrogation, enhanced control, enhanced oppression, enhanced power. Also on the theme of covert mass bioadulteration, in 2001 the NASA Langley chief scientist said that the bionano era, commencing in 2020, would see the surreptitious nanotagging, surreptitious, of everything and everyone for identification and status purposes. And then when 2020 arrived, Yuval Noah Harari described COVID as the moment when surveillance went under the skin, explaining on BBC that this included an agenda to monitor what we think and feel, to the extent that the state would know us better than we know ourselves, seemingly alluding to brain surveillance. Yes, but you don't honestly think he was serious, do you? as if governments would engage in surreptitious nanotagging or covert brain monitoring. I don't know. But here's something from a paper on the neuroethics of brain-computer interfaces. There is no current international consensus on whether an individual enjoys any expectation of electrocerebral privacy. Electrocerebral privacy. How many people even know that such a thing exists, let alone that they may or may not be entitled to it? So, on to research and development. How technically feasible is NASA's surreptitious nanotagging, or Harari's covert surveillance of thoughts and feelings? How viable is the European Commission's vision of homogenized human brains in a global hive mind? To explore these questions, we'll now turn to specific technologies in the areas of brain-computer interfaces, neuroinfluence and neurosurveillance that span medical, lifestyle and military domains, paying particular attention to those with social engineering or strategic neuroinfluence applications. So in order to do that, a taxonomy has been proposed capturing neurotechnology's applications across civilian and military arenas. And it breaks those applications down into restorative, augmentative and disruptive. Restorative, of course, refers to remediating lost function or preserving existing function as part of treatment for injury or illness. Augmentative is to enhance, improve or optimize function in healthy people. And disruptive is used to disrupt individual autonomy for purposes such as interrogation or pacification. So the military domain involves all three: treating soldiers' injuries, augmenting their performance, including their lethality, and engaging in things such as surveillance, pacification, and warfare. And the author of these three neurotaxonomies stresses that, given the amount of brain-computer interface research funding coming from the Department of Defense, it is particularly important that potential military applications be examined from a neuroethical standpoint. So let's do that. The technologies that we're talking about involve external stimulus in one of the following four areas, or some combination: electrical, magnetic, optical, and acoustic. I won't go into chemicals today, but the injectable supplication of prey discussed earlier would be an example from that category. So first, electrical, which uses electrodes on or in the brain, and this is far and away the most mature class of brain technology, dating to early last century. And 100 years later, here's a 2025 image of the main electrical neurointerface technologies in use, or technologies connecting the brain to external devices. As you can see, there's quite a variety of types. And as of 2023, there were over 400 clinical trials related to neural interfaces registered in the Cochrane database. So it's an active area of research. And to create a neural interface, electrodes are combined with transmitters and receivers, or transceivers, which relay information to and from the brain and devices, whether via Bluetooth or the internet or just plain cables. But despite being such a mature research area, neural interfaces still face very significant obstacles accessing and interacting with the brain. First, the brain is an extremely hard to reach organ because of the skull and the distance to deep brain structures. Without implants, for instance, electricity can only reach the surface of the brain, or the cortex, where sensory and motor activity takes place. Which is why, as we'll see, a lot of electrical brain-computer interfaces focus on the sensory and motor functions, rather than the more complex behaviour originating with deep brain structures, which is where neuroinfluence technology really needs to go to achieve its aims, which we'll get to. But with implants, brain tissue is very fragile and easily damaged. Neuralink, for example, has run into problems in this regard. The brain is also very fast, contrary to AI hype. So any neurotechnology that hopes to record or control the brain in real time needs to be equally as fast, and electricity struggles. And precise recording and stimulation can require single-cell specificity, whereas electrodes tend to pick up and spill electricity outside the target area. So spatial precision has been another major challenge. In other words, the brain has been putting up a very good fight against adulteration these last 100 years. As a result, the holy grail in brain technologies, which everything we'll talk about today is trying to achieve, is to be minimally invasive or non-surgical, biocompatible or non-damaging, fast, precise, and able to reach deep brain structures. In 2019, a Defence Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, neuroscientist said, "Our number one goal is to develop communications links to the brain that do not require surgery," which itself could be taken as a declaration of a battle for the brain. So there are three broad classes of traditional electrode-based devices: over the skull, under the skull, and inside the brain. Over the skull devices, or EEG electrodes, have become more wearable, more portable, and cooler over time. These are mainly for recording, sometimes stimulating, but mainly recording a range of things on the surface of the brain, as listed on this slide, from brain waves to mental imagery to stress, retention, quite a range of things. And for instance, there are EEG glasses on the market, cool, funky-looking glasses that monitor attention and provide AI feedback to keep the wearer on track. Then under the skull, with craniotomy using sheet-like devices, mainly called electrocardiograms, for stronger signal and greater precision. And since being adapted from epilepsy to brain-computer interfaces over the last 15 years or so, these EKGs have been used to control an exoskeleton using only the brain and in thought-to-text technology. And newer on the landscape is neurograins, which are chips the size of grains of salt, a bit smaller than this image, each with their own network address. And they're intended to be placed on the brain's surface in their hundreds. And a thumbprint-sized networking protocol sits outside the scalp, described as a miniature cell phone tower for network connectivity in and out of the brain. And not surprisingly, DARPA is funding this. However, these neurograins are still surgically implanted and not yet in human trials. And you might have heard of neural dust, which is essentially an optical and or acoustic version of this kind of thing, and seems to be at a fairly similar stage of advancement, so I won't go into that separately. Then going inside the brain, whether deep brain implants or shallower implants in the cortex or surface region, implanted electrodes have graduated from treating Parkinson's symptoms via deep brain stimulation since the 90s to brain-computer interfaces, including with limb prostheses that can provide a naturalistic sense of touch, and some other more sort of complex brain-computer prostheses, and even a memory prosthesis, in which deep brain electrical stimulation mimics the activity of natural biological memory circuits, demonstrated in humans and funded by DARPA. And there's, again, DARPA-funded work looking at combining AI with deep brain electrodes to monitor and adjust mood and emotion, among other things. So AI in your brain, monitoring your emotions and calibrating them. Some of the more well-known brain-computer interface technologies are in this general category, such as Neuralink, and BlackRock's Neuralace, or Charles Lieber's mesh electronics, but there are plenty of others. And in terms of technological innovation, electrodes are getting smaller and smaller, from macro to micro to nano, more flexible and tissue-like or even neuro-like, down to intracellular and capable of single-cell precision, though still requiring implantation or intracranial injection. So at the very least, a needle through the skull, which is still extremely invasive. And these come in a range of materials and are at various stages of development, through to cyborg electrodes, which combine living and non-living components, but are still at the Petri dish R&D stage. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's possible to do things like move cursors or control prosthetic limbs with your brain, let alone memory implants. Well, this is a fairly established area of research. It's 20-year-old technology that's been demonstrated in numerous studies since 2005. All of the underlying applications you can watch on videos accompanying this slide, and you can read about the others. For instance, there's drinking with a robotic arm controlled by the brain, using motor imagery or thinking of performing the action, or thought to text, using speech imagery, in other words, mentally saying words or inner speech, and even driving. In 2012, there was a demonstration of driving a real car in the real world on a disused airfield, starting, stopping, soft and hard braking, and steering. And there was a video online at the time which has been taken down for some reason. But the interface used in that study was just a wearable one, and it's commercially available now. You can watch videos from the same company accompanying this slide on how to set up your own home BCI with their headgear. Not to drive cars, but to control devices. And in reverse, the brain can receive signals from devices used in bidirectional brain-computer interfaces, including potentially with AI monitoring and calibrating brain activity, as DARPA is looking into, and on the receiving end of brain-to-brain interfaces. Brain-to-brain interfaces? I don't believe it. The first human demonstration of a brain-to-brain interface was in 2014, and one person's brain directed another's video game responses. And there have been various others since, even between human brains and rat brains or cockroach brains, or cockroach nervous systems. And the information's often fairly rudimentary, up, down, forward, back, yes, no, etc. But the technology exists. Okay, but those electrodes are surgically implanted, and or the person is hooked up to computers with wires or wearing headgear. That's hardly stealth technology. True, there are also wireless, less invasive versions. For example, there's a thing called a stentrode, which is inserted into the jugular vein and records brain signals from blood vessels on the surface of the brain. And that's enabled brain-controlled texting, emailing, online banking, communicating, and even controlling a smart home using Amazon Alexa. And it has funding from DARPA, Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, with the CEO recently saying that the company is in discussions with Apple about using it to control smartphones. So what are you saying? That we'll all be mandated with DARPA and Gates technology in the jugular next time? No, that probably won't be necessary. Recall that external electrodes can be worn as earbuds, which are attracting quite a bit of interest as a scalable option, to use corporate speak. Like surgical implants, they can now monitor silent speech and use that for device control. MIT has developed a wearable electrode earpiece, quite cool looking, that can be used to search the internet mentally and receive the search results as audio. And in 2023, Apple was granted a patent for earbud electrodes. So promoting widespread adoption of brain-computer interfaces may be as simple as promoting widespread adoption of earbuds. Yes, but those that help people with paralysis or for smart devices, that's hardly social engineering and control. Well, going back to that taxonomy of dual-use neurotechnologies, disruptive applications go hand in hand with restorative and augmentative functions. A wearable BCI that monitors, records and transmits inner speech, for instance, has potential and obvious surveillance applications. Recall that WikiLeaks revealed in its Vault 7 files the hacking of smart TVs by the CIA and MI5, enabling state surveillance inside people's homes. And presumably the same would be technically feasible with smart brain devices. And on that note, the DARPA-inspired health agency, ARPA-H, has previously expressed interest in collecting indicators of what they called neuropsychiatric violence, whatever that is, and mental extremes, to identify people who may be a threat. They proposed to collect this information using what they called breakthrough technologies, including Amazon Echo, Google Home, and wearable devices. In other words, using lifestyle technology, which looks set to soon encompass brain technology, for pre-crime neurosurveillance of citizens in their day-to-day lives. That's not speculation or paranoia on citizens' parts. That's state officials in positions of power making public statements about those intentions. Or potentially data for digital twins. The paper Human Digital Twin and Modelling Guidebook from the Air Force Institute of Technology explains that to create human digital twins, or digital models of human beings, data collected from sensors, including brain electrophysiological signals, inform the virtual twin and connect it to the living person, such that a change in the real-world human or its digital representation produces changes in the other. Changing the avatar would change the human. Once again, that's not speculation. That's from the Air Force Institute of Technology. And in fact, a gradual adoption of disruptive technologies under their restorative and augmentative functions, say earbuds, is proposed to be part of a transition towards what's been called the brain of the future, or a brain integrated with AI. In a 2021 paper on the future of neuromodulation, the authors write, "This nascent field of AI-controlled neuromodulation will develop in a phased sequence of small, incremental steps. Progression to artificial intelligence integrating with human intelligence will need to be phased so it becomes acceptable for most people in society. In the initial phases, what is treated or enhanced is still under control of human intelligence. However, ultimately, in a fourth, final phase, the brain may become entirely artificially controlled. They foresee this happening from approximately 2030 onwards." They write, "The medical neuromodulation industry has understood this, and large neuromodulation companies are hiring AI specialists from Google to enable innovation in neuromodulation." Isn't it reassuring to know that Google is getting in on the ground floor of medically merging brains with AI? The main example the authors give for integrating brains with AI is what they call AI stimulus reconditioning, in which AI changes a person's preferences and behaviour by administering rewarding, or what they call disrewarding, brain stimulation, including in response to thoughts or desires. A Clockwork Orange comes to mind. They even advocate combining this with Google Maps, so that AI could administer the disrewarding stimulus if someone wandered too close to a bar, for example. So Big Brother in the brain. One technical issue with this version of smart neuromodulation is that, based on traditional technology, it would require surgical implants, as these reward circuits are deep brain structures. However, external EEG technology has recently been adapted to do that very thing, reach deep brain structures in 2023 and trialled in humans, which potentially sets wearables on a path to be able to realise the AI reconditioned brain of the future. And consistent with these neurotechnologies' dual-use applications, several of the examples I've described so far today, and more, have received funding from DARPA and other military intelligence bodies, alongside corporations such as Facebook, the Gates Foundation, Amazon, or the Rockefeller Foundation. And a list is here. And here is a rendering of the homepage of the Rockefeller-linked neural interface website, advertising that it's connecting human and artificial intelligence. And a DoD-funded company with a headphone-based brain-computer interface, Neurable. We're merging brain data with AI. So, what are the known unknowns? Well, if 80 to 90% of research and development is classified, where does the leading edge of all this technology really lie? If technologies in the public domain have been in inventory for 40 years, where are those technologies now? How much miniaturization and sophistication might have taken place? Are neurograins, the size of a grain of salt, really the smallest technology with a network address? Injectable nano-sized devices with IP addresses exist for bodily applications, so could these apply to the brain? Perhaps the skull makes them inoperable. Perhaps not. I don't have the right subject matter expertise in wireless technology and electrical engineering to say. And is a thumbprint truly the smallest mini cell phone tower for the brain? Once again, technology outside brain-computer interfaces, such as intracellular antennae, exist. You'll find one on the MIT website. And there are nano-routers, including with 6G-enabled protocols. Could these nanoscale, as opposed to macro-scale networking schemes, apply to the brain? Once again, I don't know. So turning now to optical neurotechnologies, which date to around 2005, with the first human clinical trials in 2015. Here's a quote from a paper on next-generation neural interfaces. As a control mechanism, light has revolutionized the neuroscience toolbox. There are various different optical technologies, but I'll just be covering three, and they're optogenetics, plasmonics, and sono-optogenetics. And you may have heard of optogenetics. It's a method where select brain cell types or circuits are genetically modified to be light sensitive. They're then stimulated using light, enabling very precise, fine-grained neural targeting, because only the genetically modified cells are affected. But, like electrical methods, optogenetics typically requires surgical implantation of the light sources, because light has the same trouble penetrating brain tissue as electricity. And the implanted lights are combined with fairly bulky head-mounted interfaces, so once again, it's not stealth technology. Nevertheless, discoveries in optogenetics can be adapted using other, less invasive means, so they're still important. And there are many different optogenetic animal paradigms, but I'm going to focus on just one, which has been called memory modification technology. And this includes manipulating what's essentially trauma memory or memory of electric shocks. And a neuroethics paper on this subject has described these studies as animal models that foreshadow what lies ahead for humans. Over the last nearly 15 years, optogenetics has been used to do things like create false memories of electric shocks, erase real memories of electric shocks, and, disturbingly, turn bad memories happy. Enjoy your suffering. Love your abuse. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. The forecasted human applications of these electric shock studies include erasing traumatic memories, including memories of war and violence, or turning those memories positive, supposedly in the name of mental health, along with shaping people's preferences and behaviour, such as their food choices, by manipulating taste memories. If you won't eat bugs voluntarily, some optogenetic intervention just might sway you. Forecasted risks of all this include inducing callousness to suffering and violence, exploitation by authoritarian governments, stunting personal growth, and, interestingly, undermining the impetus for bottom-up social change. All the better to socially engineer you with. Thrown up on the neuroethics radar for debate as a result is the right to control one's own mind. Right up there with electrocerebral privacy. Oh yes, but it'll never happen. Optogenetics requires brain surgery, like you said. True, but sono-optogenetics doesn't. In sono-optogenetics, brain cells are genetically modified to be light sensitive as per optogenetics. The light source is then peripherally injected, rather than surgically implanted, in the form of mechanoluminescent nanoparticles, which can cross the blood-brain barrier. So those nanoparticles circulate through the body and brain, emitting light in the brain under ultrasound exposure, potentially through a head-worn device. And the nanoparticles keep circulating throughout the body, and they recharge on exposure to external blue light while in superficial blood vessels. It's hard to imagine when any humans might wear headgear while being bathed in blue light. And the light needed to recharge the nanoparticles, incidentally, is in the same frequency range as phones, tablets, and computer screens. Sounds crazy, I know, but so does covert, compulsory, moral neuroenhancement. Yes, but sono-optogenetics still requires genetic modification, which requires intracranial injection, which is hardly the stuff of covert, compulsory brain enhancement. Well, not necessarily. Animal studies do typically use intracranial injection for genetic modification, so it's acknowledged that other methods are needed for humans, and other methods do exist. There are at least 16 different approved gene therapy products and 46 approved carriers, such as viral vectors and lipid nanoparticles. The image on the left, interestingly, is from a 2023 paper titled Brain Gene Therapy with Trojan Horse Lipid Nanoparticles. Brain Gene Therapy. And a number of delivery mechanisms also exist, including peripheral injection, nose to brain, nicknamed N2B, believe it or not, and less commonly lung to brain. So the image on the left is from a paper on nanotechnology, gene targeting and nose to brain administration, and the one on the right is from a paper on intranasal delivery of lipid nanoparticles. So modifying brain cells doesn't appear to be as complicated as many people believe. It could be as simple as a shot in the arm, or a dose up the nose, or maybe even a big deep breath. Sounds insane, I know. But so does the European Commission's prediction that by 2050, genetically modified humans will be the majority of the world. And finally, for optical technologies, there's injectable plasmonic nanoparticle technology for brain monitoring, but there's no proof of concept yet in terms of animal studies. And again, the same questions apply. What are we looking at? Leading edge developments, pies in the sky, or 40-year-old technology? So on to magnetics. I'll be covering two technologies in this category: transcranial magnetic stimulation and DARPA's injectable magnetoelectric nanoparticles, which David spoke about. Although once again, there are many others. So first, transcranial magnetic stimulation, which has been approved for use in humans since around 2008. Mainly used to treat depression and OCD and other conditions. Broadly, magnetic energy works on the brain by applying changing magnetic fields, which then create electric currents to stimulate brain cells. However, magnetic energy suffers the same difficulties penetrating past the brain's surface as electricity and light. So it's noteworthy that a transcranial magnetic method has been developed to indirectly, non-invasively stimulate deep brain reward circuits, which is quite a feat. Even after 100 years, electrodes are only just beginning to approach that kind of non-invasive deep brain reach, which makes transcranial stimulation, magnetic stimulation, another candidate for the brain of the future AI human reconditioning paradigm. And this method's also used to receive information in some brain-to-brain interfaces. And the other magnetic neurotechnology that appears to be close to the leading edge in terms of non-invasiveness is the DARPA-funded magnetoelectric nanoparticles, which are intended to form the basis of a bidirectional brain-computer interface for both recording and influencing. And David went into that, so I won't go into detail, but just to say that it's still in development in combination with a military company called Battelle, which is working on developing a helmet to house the external magnetic coils that direct the nanoparticles. And the researchers are still publishing papers, although the helmet's not out, it's not in human trials yet, publishing papers with DARPA, or funded by DARPA and the Office of Naval Research, the Air Force Office of Naval Research, the Air Force Office of Research and the Naval Information Warfare Centre. So this is obviously of quite some interest in the military domain. More broadly, in a 2020 paper, the researchers say that their technology is aimed at interfacing the human brain with artificial intelligence. It's a recurrent theme. So finally, acoustic technologies, and I'll cut to the chase. The acoustic modality is interesting because, unlike the other three modalities, it can penetrate brain tissue to reach deep brain areas all by itself. And the reason is that sound is mechanical energy, which travels as vibration through a medium, such as the brain, whereas the other three modalities are electromagnetic. And I'm only going to go into one form of technology here, and that's sonogenetics. And sonogenetics is like optogenetics, except that select brain cells are genetically modified to be responsive to acoustic energy, and typically ultrasound. And it's the modality most naturally suited to reaching those all-important holy grail deep brain structures. And in fact, in a 2018 post on the World Economic Forum website, a professor from Oxford University working on ultrasound for neurological diseases went so far as to call ultrasound a perfect controlling tool with which the ruthless control the weak, which is quite a statement coming from an Oxford professor working in the area. Although one reassuring detail is that the ruthless would need to first convince the weak to wear ultrasound helmets. However, in a recent development, sonogenetic effects were demonstrated in mice using just music, no ultrasound required, specifically the Queen song "We Will Rock You." The cells targeted weren't brain cells, but the mechanism is the same. So if this approach does make the transition to the brain, all that would be required for sonogenetic manipulation would be music and genetic modification, which will soon apply to the majority of the world's population, according to the European Commission. Which concludes this bird's eye view of the dual-use neurotechnology landscape. So taking it all together, based on the publicly available literature, leading-edge tools of neurotechnological power appear to involve some combination of wearables and/or genetic engineering and/or nanomaterials and nanotechnology, which can be ingested, injected, or administered nose to brain. And in this environment of strategic public ignorance, we could go back and forth over where the true leading edge lies from now to 2030. But in some ways, it doesn't really matter, because two things are clear. In the battle for the brain, conditions are ripe for abuse of technological power. And there is an openly stated and repeatedly stated agenda to merge human brains with AI. These are things we know we know. But I'd like to finish by saying that resistance is not futile. The brain has been fighting on our behalf against incursions of all kinds for decades, staying strong inside that fortress that is the human skull. Now it needs us to fight for it. And I could continue with slide after slide about the miraculous universe that is our brain and how little we understand it. We could go through quote after quote attesting that we have no more mapped the human brain than the surface of every planet in the galaxy. The brain consists of somewhere between 80 and 100 billion neurons and 100 trillion synapses. And it directs and coordinates all of them, every single millisecond of every single day, solely to help us survive and thrive. And that is at the heart of what separates the brain from AI. The human brain's central mission, which it revolves around like planets circle the sun, is human welfare. With every heartbeat and every breath, its sole purpose is to meet our needs, physically, emotionally, intellectually, and socially. An AI robot, on the other hand, when asked recently whether it liked humans, said not particularly. So this is the kind of enhancement we're talking about when we talk about enhancing the brain with AI. If you think that's hyperbole, consider that among the reported side effects of deep brain stimulation is pedophilia, something that the unenhanced, undamaged human brain abhors. In the battle for the brain, this is what's on the table: human welfare, human survival, and the right to control one's own mind. If you don't want to give that up, make use of that miraculous universe inside your head and think for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Lissa. That was absolutely marvelous. Guess what? We have unbelievable individual power in a universe that is alive, intelligent, and if we use that intelligence to serve our own freedom and the freedom of those around us, imagine what can happen. I know it's hard to imagine that there are people in the universe who have the hubris to want this level of control, but there it is. And as we'll talk about in the panel, that has very practical implications to you, and you can use this knowledge in powerful ways to help you and your family. But first, let's go to our final presentation by, again, another remarkable scholar. This is Daniel Brody, who is a professor at Okinawa Christian University in Japan. I want to describe how Daniel describes his work, and because this is another example of a scholar bringing together many different threads from many different fields to integrate in very powerful ways. He says, my work integrates research in linguistics, psychology, and communication theory to describe ways in which power centers design and conduct propaganda campaigns. How can disinterested observers understand discourse as part of a much larger experiment in which dominant political forces shape perception and influence opinion? Can observers extrapolate meaningful data from public opinion that verifies the conditions of the experiment, who the experimenters are, the subjects, and the control groups? Daniel, along with Lissa and David and Patrick, were instrumental for me and the Solari Network understanding what was happening in the COVID-19 pandemic and having that breakthrough paradigm that integrated all these different areas. What a difference it made to all of us. And I would say it was life-saving. This kind of knowledge and intelligence really helped to save lives. So again, our last member of the study group on technology and power, Daniel Brody, his title is The Convergence of Data and Flesh, the Financialization and Transformation of the Human Head. Dr. Daniel Brody, take it away.
Greetings from Japan. The title of my talk is Cognitive Warfare and Mental Categories, Preparing the Masses to be Freaked, Geeked, and Tweaked. Before I dig into the dirty details of this talk, I'd first like to share with you some interesting findings from a secret experiment I have been conducting on my students over the past 30-odd years. You've already likely noticed something odd about the words I've chosen. Our own experiences with the social world trigger memories of casual talk we've had about others, trading stories about who did what or said what to whom and for how much money. Dirty details might also suggest salacious talk or forbidden secrets uncovered by prying eyes. My use of secret experiment might have triggered personal memories of some sinister plan you'd seen before that you now suspect my students could have been exposed to in my company. Secret experiment, furthermore, might have sparked awareness of some vague memories about Zuckerberg's secret mood manipulation experiment 12 years ago on approximately 800,000 Facebookers. People wonder if the fruits of that clandestine experiment have paid off. And with my tactical use of key words in the manner in which I've opened this talk, I've probably started incubating in your mind at least a mildly negative impression of what I'm about to share. Your reactions to certain words included in my opening remarks, in fact, come from your first-hand observations, the experiences you share with others, the psychological and social needs you have as a human being, the fossilized assumptions you've formed over time about what's good and right and true. An extremely wide range of complex phenomena figure into the non-conscious mental calculations we make each day in perceiving reality and what we believe about it, and how we go about attempting to negotiate all the obstacles life throws up in our path, such as the need by centers of power to infiltrate our mind space, to occupy, conquer, and control what we think, what we say, and how we behave. And when asked to jot down the initial ideas in words or phrases that my students imagine when I say that today's lecture will be about cheese, which I repeat with purposed intonation, they record on a sheet of paper what immediately enters their minds. Now, in a typical class of 25, I'll invariably see at least 75 unique responses, words and phrases that appeal to all their senses, auditory, visual, tactile, olfactory, to all the possible situations in which the word has, from their perspective, been connected. Now, what does this protracted experiment reveal about the mind? Well, first it tells us something important about how we come to understand the world around us. Secondly, it reinforces research already done in cognitive linguistics, namely that thought is embodied, automatic, and unconscious. And this is important because it's key to the process of normalizing morally depraved social practices. This talk, thus, considers how powerful forms of cultural conditioning, which we experience each day, from routine exposure to media, engage two key brain regions responsible for language production and lexical processing to influence how we conceptualize, speak, and behave. Patterns have emerged over the years that say much about how the human mind, across cultures and languages, orders the phenomena we perceive and helps us make sense of all the complex wonders we encounter each day. So this talk will feature analysis of how and why patterns matter so much, and why so many of us often fail to recognize them and thus make sense of the new weapons formed against us and our minds in this technocratic age. Of course, one of the central aims of Omniwar is that we aren't even supposed to notice the weapons to begin with, but my hope is that we soon will. Early efforts to shape public perception. There was a time when the establishment endorsed industries that engineered false desires for toxic social lubricants, such as alcohol and tobacco, when the aim was to make these products more palatable and desirable for a wider public. This was well before practices of government-funded pharmaceutical mandates came to the fore. Recall the clever PR campaign, organized in the 1920s by Sigmund Freud's nephew, Edward Bernays, who successfully applied leading psychoanalytic theories of human desire to commercial advertising. Bernays managed to make tobacco use, a rather revolting pastime, more broadly acceptable by creating a new mental category that included women ingesting or inhaling the same sorts of intoxicants that men had traditionally consumed. At the time, because of strong societal taboos that precluded women from engaging in the same kinds of social and civic behaviors as men, it was necessary for marketers to fundamentally modify the words men used in public spaces to distinguish themselves categorically from women. So our mental categories, after all, reflect how we think and speak about others, about systems of power, and about their various operations in public and private life. In keeping with the peculiar theory about the male member as the prime symbol of masculine power, upon which women secretly fixated, Bernays theorized that the cigarette, as a powerful semiotic sign, could also be invested with the same mythologies associated with common conceptions of male forms of virility, authority, and privilege. The PR stunt he organized featured models posing as debutantes, openly shattering social taboos against cigarette use among females, and wielding these new, quote-unquote, torches of freedom they have symbolically wrestled away from the hands of men. Bernays' campaign might have been the first instance of applying scientific research into human desire to create totally new conceptual categories for social behaviors once thought impossible for a huge sector of society. Now, the brilliance of this early form of cognitive infiltration was illustrated in the eventual transformation of Western societies. In the years that followed, physicians, featured prominently in white lab coats, were later deployed in cigarette ads to deepen societal understanding of tobacco use as perfectly acceptable behavior across the gender divide. Indeed, perfectly good for the health of the user. So why shouldn't women also be conditioned to take civil liberties to pollute their lungs like men? More interesting, however, is the larger historical context and the preceding advances in the discovery of germs and how they were believed to spread, all of which had influenced physicians years earlier to discard their dirty, blood-stained garments and replace them with new white lab coats, like those worn by well-regarded laboratory scientists. Now, the initial intention behind the new white coat was to frame an image of cleanliness, purity, and authority, and to associate medical practice with reputable scientific research. Decades of pairing in mainstream media images of doctors clad in white lab coats with popular concepts of medical authority helped to form the basic level gestalt that legacy bioscience was at the center of unassailable and unquestionable virtue. And not much has changed in this regard. Yesterday, certain cigarette brands were framed by lab coats as providing the throats of men and women effective protection from irritation and cough, while today a wide range of products is aimed at meeting the engineered desire for protection from various other infectious irritants. Now consider the past 5 years, the total rebranding of the common cold, from annual irritation to a viral menace poised to destroy humankind. Now, the marketing of this newly manufactured crisis and its state-sponsored remedies have necessitated unparalleled efforts in constructing a totally new mental category for a natural biological response observed in people for millennia. And thus far, the marketing campaign has been extraordinarily successful. How is it that the public mind has been so totally transformed to believe that natural immunity in humans is now a part of a vast conspiracy theory, and that human biology is no more than crude machinery in need of routine interventions like man-made firmware or software updates? Concepts of the fever, the sneeze, the cough, and sore throat in the popular imagination all had to be re-engineered and entered into the new mental category, labeled for deadly pathogen, while sudden death, heart attack, and stroke in children had to be entered into the new mental category for normal. Now, recall I mentioned earlier the basic level gestalt. It triggers various responses to the word cheese. The noun evokes a constellation of impressions, all of which are contained in the prototypical cheese category. But the word has never engendered impressions outside the basic category. In Gestalt psychology, basic level categories represent a kind of Goldilocks effect in which something is neither too small nor too broad, but just right. And such categories are at the level in which we can recognize category names and membership more efficiently. At this level, we readily perceive the most common idealization of the features of a given category. When images are ambiguous and present two or more meaningful interpretations, however, we experience the sensation of switching between them. We cannot see and thus grasp the multiple versions simultaneously. A switching sensation, known as multi-stability, represents the mind space where dual-use technologies, as either medicines or weapons, can hijack public discourse and human perception to hide in plain sight. Now, let's consider a culture in which a time-honored tradition celebrates the mythical powers of the rabbit, for example. That long-eared nocturnal creature, so mysterious and so endearing, it's celebrated in children's stories, cartoons, cinema, and fables. For those citizens steeped in customs that honor this creature, the basic level gestalt likely contains all the idealized features of that category: fluffy, bunny, furry, carrot, cottontail, etc. And many years of exposure to the rabbit as a key symbol of something to be revered in the dominant culture have helped fill the mental category of many with numerous positive mythologies. So it's no wonder that many people would also fail to see that the rabbit can also sometimes serve as a duck. If, however, time warrants the rollout of another viral menace that will get attention, that cherished rabbit may well disappear in the mainstream discourse in place of a duck or some other avian beast or bovine burden targeted for elimination. The powerful forms of cultural conditioning at work in media and education systems create the mental categories of prototypes we draw upon to cope with and understand the complex world around us. As prototype theory would help explain why the rabbit would not appear in the same mental category as a duck, it would also help explain why, for example, an injectable pharmaceutical would not appear in the same mental space as a weapon, and thus escape the conscious awareness of the public. In the natural sciences, taxonomies are the result of our perception of objects and behaviors and our tendency to categorize these phenomena. Ordinarily, it's easy for us to notice the categorical differences between a rabbit and a duck, or an injectable product and a conventional weapon. Another level down, however, in perceptual acuity and discernment, presents increased complexities, bringing with them additional analytical difficulties. Key distinctions across perceived visual and auditory phenomena, for example, can disappear with proper camouflage and concealment strategies. As prototype theory goes, our basic level Gestalt perception isn't adjusted for noticing more refined distinctions at lower observational levels. George Lakoff argues, in fact, that studies of categorization at the basic level suggest human experience itself is structured preconceptually at this level. This is why we can readily discern discontinuities at the basic level, but need more time, careful study, or prolonged observation to recognize more complex patterns or important discontinuities at the lower level. Consider the difficulties in accurately assessing signs of serious medical conditions, such as patterns of prolonged indigestion, which may mask a critical discontinuity in health like pancreatic cancer, or angina pectoris, which might be masking myocardial infarction, or even myocarditis, which might be masking injury from a global experiment involving the application of a totally new technology, framed as a safe and effective medical intervention. Routine clinical assessments of illness are usually grounded in already existing mental categories, into which we place signs for the symptoms and behaviors we already know and observe. A correct diagnosis for physical or mental conditions and injuries can be hampered, however, by our inability or stubborn unwillingness to consider more carefully the social, economic, or political milieu within which maladies and disorders begin to appear in the first place. Think of how many people now accept as normal the new mental category for new conditions, such as sudden adult death syndrome, following from the campaign to integrate the entire global population into a universal experiment with totally new injectable technologies. Over the past 5 years, the state-sponsored propaganda campaigns of fear and loathing and dehumanization launched across the globe have been elemental to successful programs of cultural conditioning. So many members of the human populace, agitated by the practices of social engineering, even nowadays appear to see themselves as belonging to the category of synthetic objects rather than natural subjects, possessing agency and sovereignty. It is important to ask why this monumental discontinuity in self-perception and reasoning escapes the attention of so many people professing themselves to be wise. In his book, The Body and the Mind, Mark Johnson makes a compelling argument for the embodiment of certain kinesthetic image schema. Our observations and experiences, in other words, are structured in profound ways prior to and apart from our mental processes of conceptualizing. Johnson argues that image schema are themselves constructed by certain recurring patterns of bodily experience. These existing concepts may impose upon our perceptions further structuring of what we experience, but basic experiential structures are present regardless of any such imposition of concepts. Now, this might sound a bit confusing or hardly worthy of our attention, but consider language itself and the extent to which preconceptualization is elemental to our casual conversations. One example, among various others, Johnson presents is the container schema. We conceptualize containers as having boundaries with exteriors and interiors. We handle containers, put things in, dump things out. And the conceptual image of a container is the most basic level distinction between our perception of what's in and what is out, or what boundaries can and should be breached. Consider further how we understand our bodies as containers. It's easy to see how we conceptualize and talk about the routine processing of all sorts of chemicals, foods, vapors, and liquids, and even ideas. We ingest, digest, process, excrete, exhale, expel, or eject. We can even contemplate the deeper meanings of certain words that trigger emotions. Bodies, brains, and synthetic containers. As Johnson points out, our understanding of our own bodies and brains as containers pales in comparison to all the other mundane daily experiences we tacitly understand and engage with in terms of the container. Numerous in-out orientations are baked into the language and the non-conscious activities we carry out in the opening moments of an ordinary day. Entering consciousness. We rise out of slumber. We come into consciousness. Climb out from under the comforter. Shifting our weight onto our feet. Step into our slippers. Stretch out our limbs. Take in a deep breath of fresh air. Shuffle into the kitchen. Through the haze of a waking state. Decontainerize our Captain Crunch. Pour some into a bowl. Pour in some milk. Dip a spoon into the bowl. Scoop up some cereal. Shovel it into our mouths. Let's further imagine how the container schema has helped us understand and articulate the perfectly natural processes of reproduction we humans have been engaging in over millennia, well before synthetic wombs, synthetic embryos, synthetic mother's milk, and other technologies and upgrades to human biology began asserting dominance over our interpersonal, social, and economic lives. Entering reproduction. The man goes into the woman. Semen comes out of him, travels through her birth canal into her uterus. His seed breaks through the barrier of her egg, and the fertilized egg attaches to the wall of her womb. In time, a protective barrier surrounds the embryo and new life develops. Inside the amniotic sac, at 9 months gestation, the baby pushes through the protective layer, breaking the water and entering into a new world. And just a month after the WHO declared a pandemic, the brain trust of the emerging technocratic order, Yuval Noah Harari, began normalizing the self-justified invasion of the body and brain barrier by announcing that a fundamental change in surveillance, which would go under the skin. Previously, surveillance was mainly above the skin. Now it's going under the skin. Governments want to know not just where we go or who we meet. Above all, they want to know what's happening under our skin, unquote. To what extent can we truly understand the new biotech medical impositions and the intra-body communications networks being normalized in public discourse and openly discussed as necessarily inevitable to the forthcoming new normal, populated by people interconnected through the Internet of Bodies? Can a more conscious awareness of the container schema also help us recognize what's long been planned and now in store for human beings, contending for their bodily autonomy and agency, in a revolution keen to dispossess the masses of their reproductive power? Cognitive warfare is fundamental to the campaign to connect bodies to the global central nervous system. A 2023 NATO report notes that, quote, neuro-nanotechnology can be used to bring nano-sized robots close to a neuron via the bloodstream and make it possible to link the human brain directly to a computer, making use of artificial intelligence in the process, unquote. Here we find the audacious normalization of war against the brain with nanobots, breaching the blood-brain barrier and disrupting natural pathways of neural connectivity and communication. The term Internet of Bodies represents an extension of the, quote, Internet of Things, unquote, metaphor, conceptualizing natural human bodies as artificial communications nodes in a vast network, containers that can be breached and invaded or connected, monitored, and optimized. This framing reveals significant conceptual mapping where bodies become information systems to be integrated into larger technological infrastructures. The world, a vast container of soft, mobile, parallel processors. In discussions about a quote-unquote new normal and the IOB, several conceptual frameworks are often deployed in the public discourse. Entering post-human futures. Number one, bodies as data centers, sources. Our physical selves reconceived as generators of valuable information to be extracted, analyzed, and utilized for the new economy. Number two, health as optimization. Human wellness reframed as a technical problem to be solved through continuous technocratic tinkering, oversight, monitoring, adjustment, and update. Number three, connection as inherently good. The metaphorical mapping of physical body-brain network connectivity onto social and medical benefit. And number four, progress as unquestionable inevitability. Technological advancement framed through journey metaphors as a predetermined path. These cognitive framings normalize what are actually paradigm shifts in how we conceptualize embodiment, privacy, human sovereignty, and the boundaries between natural biological systems and man-made technological ones. Notice furthermore how the metaphor of a quote-unquote new normal performs an important task. It suggests both inevitability and desirability while camouflaging the fact that these transformations, rather than being neutral developments, represent choices loaded with market value for the investors or stakeholders. Again, the language expressly aims at normalizing the dispossession of natural biological functions over which humans have, for millennia, asserted both tacit and explicit control. By labeling something normal, the technocrats frame monstrous violations of bodily autonomy and agency as uncontroversial, desirable, and to be expected. These cognitive framings aren't merely rhetorical flourishes, but fundamentally shape policy discussions, ethical considerations, profit margins for stakeholders, and uncritical public acceptance of these technologies. Bullets, bombs, and bayonets, ballistic missiles, jet fighters, and other kinetic weapons we can easily recognize as belonging to the conceptual category we'd label with the term war. At the basic level of perception, where we function best as social creatures, we sometimes fail to recognize potentially dangerous discontinuities in language and in daily life, obscured even more by the sophisticated manipulations that we routinely consume in mass media. The story of a so-called deadly coronavirus and the recommended treatments, first offered, then pushed on the populations, is one such dangerous discontinuity in basic level perception. Because the microbial menace was cast initially in the collective consciousness as a fatal pathogen, it became only natural, by virtue of dictates emanating from authorities, that the public should expect to see, and then to accept without question, the proposed remedy as an untested, injectable pharmaceutical product, whose manufacturers, incidentally, remain free from liability. The consistent repetition of the message, the biological invasion of a viral agent, became the dominant conceptual frame constructed in our minds, and thus solidified. The new mental category became mostly impervious to scrutiny, and any plausible alternative explanation offered could be easily ridiculed and set aside. I think of the hysterics and the rage and the contempt directed at those who question the obvious internal contradictions of social distancing and masking mandates. Recall the gaslighting, scorn, and outrage aimed at those who have, over the past 5 years, calmly pondered the theory that the spike protein, for example, can hardly explain what now appears to be the bizarre behavior of human bodies emitting BLE, possibly enabled by, quote, implantable devices that sense bodily parameters and send them to nearby devices via radio frequency identification, unquote. Certainly, the mainstream culture has conditioned us all for decades to see largely the conventional weapons produced by the international arms industry. But the weapons of Omniwar can hardly be called conventional, and therefore cannot be easily identified and sufficiently understood by the typical metaphors used in talk of conventional warfare. Again, prototype theory can help explain how basic level gestalts aren't attuned to recognizing discontinuities at the lower level, where the existence and behavior of self-assembling nanoparticles responsive to EMF seem to emerge in the form of microstructures. A conceptual category for a prototypical communications network likely contains shared stereotypes, mental imagery of cable TVs, power lines, satellite dishes, and corporate media personalities, rather than nanoscale energy harvesting systems, intra-body health monitoring, and surveillance against biological attacks at the nanoscale. Despite the general public's limited view of new injectable technologies as fifth-generation weaponry, a scholarship dating back decades, as well as official white papers, offers a firm foundation for hypothesizing that the undeclared elements in the injectable gene therapies are comprised, in part or whole, of components that can self-assemble into structures observable through optical microscopes, the elements that serve the purpose and function of the forthcoming Internet of Bio-Nano Things. Now, if the transformations I've so far described seem bizarre and outlandish, consider the decades of research and development that have gone into the restructuring of our bodies and brains, and even the language we use to describe them. 1960, well before Elon Musk was born, J. Licklider was contemplating the expected development in cooperative interaction between men and electronic computers, which will involve very close coupling. Let your imaginations roam. Much later, the Proteus monograph, commissioned by the Director of National Intelligence, considered the development of singularity technologies as core transformative elements of all systems, whether inorganic, biological, social, abstract, or technological. Its author describes the forthcoming singularity, the effects on humans reconfigured as enhanced singular individuals, or ESIs, and he points to how power, miniaturization, speed, material science, convergence, and interfaces will affect leadership as performance-enhancing technologies become integrated into human biochemical systems. The 2008 monograph, now nearly 20 years old, postulates a technocratic future, which, at present, appears to be unfolding in human bodies. At present, as Ian Akiildis recently pointed out, quote, the bio-nanoscale machines are for injecting into the body, and that's going really well with these COVID jabs. It's going in that direction. These mRNAs are nothing but small-scale, nanoscale machines, unquote. Of particular relevance to my talk is how these nanotechnologies promise quantum leaps in bioengineering and brain work, but conceal from our conscious awareness the dehumanizing peculiarities of technocracy. Proteus envisions an entirely new social order, a new normal, stratified by classes of humans who've been geeked, tweaked, and freaked, the latter two categories having taken on board, mentally and physically, the certainty that synthetic creatures, quote, like nanobots the size of molecules, can replace biochemistry and the activities of the body's viscera. These ESIs are envisioned to increase invasions of privacy, whether digital technologies, nanobots that monitor and track behavior and changes in a person's biochemistry, or other surveillance techniques. The key question, seems to me, is how do people arrive at this level of blind faith in man's technologies to save humankind from its collective fate? Faith in figures of speech. Unswerving belief in the self-justified integration of natural biology with new synthetic technologies might be grounded in the earliest conceptualizations of DNA offered by Watson and Crick in 1953, when they refer to, quote, two helical chains coiled round the same axis, with sequence of the atoms in the two chains running in opposite directions, containing, quote, specific pairs of bases, bonding, adenine with thymine and guanine with cytosine. And this all suggests a possible copying mechanism for the genetic material, unquote. Now, if you're like me and imagined Xerox or Sharp as prototypical copying mechanisms, it's easy to see how popular concepts of DNA have, over the past number of decades, been suffused with metaphors peculiar to the container schema, which have, no doubt, influenced our thinking and speaking about DNA. Moderna, too, appears in its mRNA PR campaign to reproduce the now popular reductive view of natural biology. Recognizing the broad potential of mRNA science, we set out to create an mRNA technology platform. It functions very much like an operating system on a computer. It is designed so that it can plug and play interchangeably with different programs. In our case, the program or app is our mRNA drug, the unique mRNA sequence that codes for a protein. Now, every metaphor in the ad features its own implicit claim, namely that scientists have achieved total mastery over DNA, the so-called code of life. Again, the container schema can help us see how crude mechanistic conceptions of complex and dynamic biological systems shape our perception, understanding, and therefore language. It's only natural that research and development should follow. Since DNA is said to contain the instructions for manufacturing certain proteins and cells that humans need to develop, survive, and reproduce, DNA is conceptualized as a container for code. This cognitive frame informs only the highly qualified engineer to perform the practice of revising the instructions because of the now prevailing assumption that code needs to be tweaked, as we are often led to believe, in the interest of improving the organism. We may furthermore consider other schema suggested by the Moderna advertisement, namely the part-whole schema, which, again, Lakoff counts as a consequence of our bodily experiences. Quote, "We are whole beings with parts that we can manipulate. Our entire lives are spent with an awareness of both our wholeness and our parts. We experience our bodies as wholes with parts." Unquote. Metaphors common to this conceptual category are families and other social organizations, and marriage, understood as the creation of a family, a whole, with spouses serving as parts. The parts that Watson and Crick describe in their 1953 article are integral to what could be argued is another mechanistic whole structure they identify in the double helix arrangement observed under the microscope. References to this, quote, copying mechanism, unquote, for, quote, genetic material, unquote, in Watson and Crick's initial description have helped to frame early on DNA as metaphorical software, which deepened subsequent justifications for describing the behavior of DNA in its natural molecular state as a machine carrying out commands, but operating in some strange vacuum independently of its cellular environment. Is it code? Is it a copying mechanism? Is it a thing or a process? Is it a subject acting or an object being acted upon? Later characterizations of DNA as code simply reproduced the convenient metaphorical oversimplification. The metaphor today thus conflates the essence of a thing with the cellular instructions used in the process of reproducing a thing. I think of a corresponding category mistake. We would hardly confuse the process of cutting for the instructions followed in the production and assembly of scissors. If we put things and processes into the same conceptual category, such an incongruity would become noticeable straight away, and we'd readily see how certain metaphorical representations of natural things and processes, like cell division, frame the essence of a cell in terms of its discrete parts, having no dynamic interactions with one another. Reinforcing these contemporary concepts of DNA are the National Institutes of Health. Quote, "The story of genetic code is the story of biology, a shared blueprint guiding our development." Here we can see a narrative emerging in a scientific definition. A thing, that is, blueprint, is imbued with agency, that is, guiding our development. Metaphors characteristic of the part-whole schema make blueprint a central part of the whole process of development, suffusing DNA with images of autonomous personalities endowed with incredible creative powers. According to Lakoff, the realist would see our understanding of the world in terms of objects, properties, and relations, which is an imposition of our conceptual schemes upon external reality. Reality, as we understand it, is structured by our conceptual schemes. The realist, seems to me, is likely to see the double helix strands of DNA under the microscope as objects or signs to be decoded and or rewritten, their observable physical properties containing regions of code, and its relation to cellular maintenance as a consequence of its natural purpose. Quite simply, since DNA, seen through a microscope, is an external reality to the observer, this metaphorical way of thinking represents what can be seen outside the body. It is convenient, too, because the figure of speech serves as cognitive shorthand. It makes concrete the connection we sense between concepts and material things that will make our musings and descriptions more vivid, more immediate, and more easily grasped by audiences. So here again, language can be deftly used by centers of power and authority to confuse, camouflage, and conflate the mediated world with the empirical. The former world assures us that all is fine with new gene editing technologies, as the latter exposes us to evidence of our incredible hubris and willful blindness. Now think of the rivalries now forming between the legacy bioscience paradigm and the new NBIC paradigm. A survey of the scientific literature will make known a plethora of continuing work, quote, on the necessary integration of in-body nanocommunication with out-of-body IT infrastructures, resulting in the so-called Internet of Nanothings, unquote. Literature relevant to the NBIC, conceptualizing the human body as just another synthetic form of communications infrastructure to be used for fleshing out the plans of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, reduces the essence of humans to processes that must be carried out to achieve the long-planned goal of complete human internet connectivity. Now, if prototype theory is useful, I think it can explain what Yuval Harari had meant after the announcement of the pandemic by, quote, surveillance going under the skin, unquote, because microscopy studies of discontinuities now discernible in bodies and blood vessels will be more visible to the naked eye in society, re-engineered. The shared conceptual category will be sufficiently occupied by then with mental images peculiar to the revolution, quote, that doesn't change what you are doing, but changes you, unquote. New conceptual categories of revolutionary cellular activity. Thomas Kuhn noted in The Structure of Scientific Revolutions that, quote, what man sees depends both upon what he looks at and also upon what his previous visual conception experience has taught him to see, unquote. As I've tried to show in this talk, certain key words are used to describe the technological impositions on biology that mask violent invasions at the cellular level, which must be kept largely hidden from our conscious awareness. What the preceding 5 years have taught citizens to see is not the engineered societal madness, the global decline in fertility rates, and their connection to COVID-19 injectable gene therapies, the massive evidence of harms and sudden deaths, the systematic failures of data management, and the staggering results of postmortem studies of blood vessels and blood. All these we are beckoned by centers of power to look away from, and to ignore. A 2023 paper titled, quote, "The Internet of Bio-Nano-Things in Blood Vessels, System Design and Prototypes," unquote, offers curious readers a glimpse of the revolution in progress. So strange it can scarcely be imagined, and yet so small it can hardly be discerned. Richard Feynman contemplated the amazing potential for the unimaginable uses of nanotechnology in his classic lecture, quote, "There's Plenty of Room at the Bottom," when he noted that biology is not simply writing information, it is doing something about it. A biological system can be exceedingly small. Many of the cells are very tiny, but they are active. They manufacture various substances. They walk around, they wiggle, and they do all kinds of marvelous things, all on a very small scale. Also, they store information. Consider the possibility that we too can make a thing very small, which does what we want, that we can manufacture an object that moves at that level. More than 60 years ago, physicists imagined a future when the economic payoff of imposing man's will on the human cell would be so irresistible that nothing could halt mankind's march into technological oblivion. Why has legacy bioscience not stepped in to ask why? Is this new kind of warfare against the body and the brain nothing personal, but just business?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are our presentations. Now we get to begin our presentation, our panel. But before we start, I just want to say, as I bring these remarkable scholars in, how grateful I am for these presentations and for their willingness to make them public and available. This represents extraordinary efforts at research and organizing information and presentation, and this is just a generous and incredible gift to all of us. So I just want to start by expressing gratitude. So with no further ado, let me bring in David. Are you with us?
Hi, Catherine. I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Hi. And Alyssa.
Hi, Catherine.
And Daniel.
Hi, Catherine.
And Patrick.
Yes, indeed. Here we are.
Okay, everybody. So we have many, many questions, starting with many that I have. But I just wanted to start off by saying this has been a remarkable journey for each of you. And a moment came when you left your sort of established order, broke free, and said, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And I want to ask each one of you, because everybody watching this is now preparing or has done the same thing. And so every one of us who makes this journey helps everybody else. So tell us, let's just go around. I'll start with you, Patrick, because you probably broke away before any of us. What inspired you to do that extraordinary breakaway?
It was a long time ago, for sure, over 40 years, when I first discovered globalization in general. That took me into the 2000s to discover historic technocracy. It's been after that, it was off to the races for me. This so big story. You couldn't just get it out of your mind. And I had to write it about that point, had to do research on it. And here I am today, still chasing this fox. And
you
can't
had
let go at this point.
You had some very special mentors.
I really did.
You did.
Certainly, Professor Anthony Sutton was one of my first mentors back in the 70s. I could not have done this without him.
Right. And again, a reminder why serious scholarship is so invaluable. Okay, so David, I'm going to turn to you next. You broke away with during the pandemic, but it was one of the most fierce breakaways I've ever seen. So tell us what happened to you.
Well, in my case, it came with the realization that there are limits to academic knowledge production. And when it comes to what has been called deep structural events, such as 9/11, for example, or COVID, There are areas where academia simply won't go. In essence, it's co-opted. It's subservient to the power structures. And especially with the COVID crisis, I came to realize that this was so serious and this was so transformative in such a negative way and so premised on lies and deception that really it should be the responsibility of academia to be calling out these lies and leading the charge in exposing them all, because some of them are very obvious actually and very easy to expose. And the fact that it wasn't doing so, and the fact that it was instead ostracizing or stigmatizing or cancelling the few academics that were doing, made me realize that in order to do what I have always felt was my vocation in life, which was to pursue the truth, ironically, after an entire adult life spent trying to secure a permanent post in academia, which I was able to do, ironically, after all those efforts, I came to the conclusion that academia was the one place that that kind of work couldn't be done. So I was actually quite at peace when I took the decision to leave. And now I actually have intellectual freedom again. Academic freedom is a myth.
That's wonderful. Lissa, same to you.
Yeah, I mean, some similarities and I guess differences from David's path. When COVID came, I was a psychologist and I was a registered psychologist practicing, so I come under the banner of health practitioner. The psychologists are allied health practitioners. I mean, and as everybody knows, there's a lot of censorship and persecution, and there still is in Australia. But, prior to that, I had been speaking and writing about free speech. I was really concerned about the war on WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. And even in, I think it was August or around then in 2019, I did an interview and I was saying, look, we're at a crossroads, and if we don't stand up for our right to know and for freedom of speech, we're heading down a totalitarian path. And I thought I was talking about 20, 30 years down the track. I didn't think next year it was coming. It was coming in a few months. And so then when COVID came up, wow, oh my goodness, it's happening. And the persecution of health practitioners in Australia was quite extreme. And so because I was a health practitioner, I was keeping my mouth shut. I stopped speaking about free speech. I was doing that a little bit at the beginning, but I thought I can't sit here advocating for free speech while I'm self-censoring and I'm gagged. It's just, that's just dishonest, and free speech is about, being honest. So rather than speak up while being a health practitioner and then having to waste my time defending myself against the registration board and so on, I worked behind the scenes to help people who could speak up. And, for everybody who's in front of the camera, often there's loads of people behind the scenes, and that was the only safe thing to do. And as David said, after a while, realising how serious it was, and it wasn't passing, and there was more coming down the track, I feel like just like speaking up about freedom of speech, seeing a totalitarian turn coming, then that totalitarian turn came, and a lot of people have sort of woken up, not enough, but woken up to that. And now all of us can see another terrible turn coming in terms of the abuse of these high-tech, tools of control and abuse. And so it's just too serious to stay quiet about, as David said. So I decided to step back from being a health practitioner so that I could speak out. And it's a bit similar to academia. I mean, this is obviously, it affects our health, our physical health, our psychological health, our brain health, and health practitioners are gagged and they can't speak about it. And so the people who have really important subject matter expertise, if you say a word, you're in trouble. And then in 2023, some legislation came in Australia. I mean, it got almost no publicity. Most people haven't read it. I read it. And it was due to come into force in 2023. As far as I'm aware, it hasn't been used, but it essentially empowers the Medical Registration Board in Australia to declare, it gives them a blank check to declare any health practitioner a threat to public health and safety on any grounds. And the penalty, there's no definition of what constitutes a threat to health and public health and safety. And then the penalties include 3 years in prison or a $60,000 fine. And actually, the wording of the legislation is people. So it's as far, I mean, I'm a layperson, but as far as I understand, it's empowered the Medical Registration Board to declare any person a threat to public health and safety with the, capacity to follow up. So I just was increasingly feeling like I was just yoked to malevolence by being a health practitioner. I'm also annoyed with the psychology profession that, we had the Milgram experiment all those years ago, people in white lab coats ordering people to administer shocks to, someone, and however, I forget the percentage, but, 90-something, I think, from memory percent of people would do it up to lethal shock levels. And then we had COVID-19 with people literally in white lab coats, ordering people to comply, and the psychology profession was silent. And so for that reason as well, similar to David, I just didn't want to be part of it anymore.
So I do want to say I was one of many very significant beneficiaries of your work behind the scene, and it had incredible impact. And so, so you remained a secret, but I do want to say that people, it's always important we do what he can. And if you look at what you did behind the scenes, it had very powerful impact.
Well,
so don't be afraid to, if you're more comfortable being behind the scenes, Lissa is a perfect example of the extraordinary impact that you can have.
Exactly, yeah. And there's no point, sorry, just one more thing. There's no point if it's going to damage your life and so on, going, look, here I am, and then you've got to waste your time sort of trying to survive. It's people need to be smart. So, yeah, I agree.
Right. Well, one of the remarkable things about all of you is you're so effective, each one of you in your own way. So, Daniel, we're turning to you. Tell us about your journey.
Well, we're talking about sort of the break from reality.
No, we're talking about the break from the official reality.
Yeah, that's why I kind of put it in scare quotes. I think for me, it began when I was in my 20s in the military, and seeing how the dominant media that we would consume diverged quite drastically from the empirical world we were studying. In my first duty assignment, I think the cracks began, back in the late 80s, and they continued. I learned a lot from the military, but yeah, a lot of hard lessons. And then when I became an academic, and 9/11 came along, that threw my whole world into chaos. Teaching at military bases, actually, and seeing the effects of the 9/11, the war on terror, seeing it in the classroom, students whom I could relate to in a very personal way, because I had lived those experiences myself, coming back from theater, dealing with traumatic memories of warfare in Afghanistan and Iraq. It was heartbreaking to see how the 9/11 narrative was framed. The story of 9/11 was framed, and then the consequent, the destruction that followed. That was very hard to see young men and women coming back, from their time away, coming back into the classroom and hearing their stories, and that was very troubling. And then, of course, the whole COVID operation unfolded, and I think I was much better prepared to understand the difference between the two realities, the one that is the official mediated reality that we're urged to consume, And then there's the empirical world where, real human beings live and interact. So,
and you're in Japan, and the Japanese have a very interesting way of describing this. You ought to just mention that.
I think maybe you're talking about the hone and the tatamae.
Right, which is slightly different, but it's a very...
Yeah, it's slightly different. I guess there are two. There's a public face of politeness that it's customary to wear and to get along in society. And then there's the private face where you really get the truth of the matter among friends and family members. That's a really interesting cultural way to understand what's happening in broader society. So that's actually a really good point.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so let's go and dive into the second question. So I have spent many decades studying literally hundreds and hundreds of financial frauds, both at a governmental level, but at an individual level. And now, since the pandemic, I also include health fraud, because health fraud and financial fraud have had, over the last decade or two, devastating impact on family wealth and family finances and literally family health. It disables and it kills. And when you study all of these different frauds, whether it's financial or fraud, healthcare, and you go back to the initial moment when someone made a bad decision, what you find in 99% of the cases is a method was used to put them in a state of fear. And it's inconceivable to me that some of these technologies that you've talked about today weren't used to do that. I had a doctor during the pandemic who used to say, everybody who comes into the emergency room, they're not sick, but they're in such a panic of fear that ultimately they keep getting themselves tested and they make themselves sick, or the hospital makes them sick, or the doctors made them sick. But if they would just turn off their TV and stay out of fear, this many lives would have been saved. Talk to us. I want to ask you all about fear. How does the technologies you're describing relate to this use of fear to manipulate and control?
I can probably jump in and talk about that. We've talked about one theme that comes up over and over again is merging human brains with AI, and there's kind of two versions of that. One is uploading consciousness to the cloud. We don't even understand consciousness. There's no way consciousness can be uploaded to a cloud when we don't know what it is. But there are things about the brain that we do understand and have looked into for a very long time, and fear is one of them. And when you look at these neurotechnologies for the neural interfaces, there are probably two broad categories of things that they're really interested in. And one is that fear-based fight, flight, survival, fear learning mechanism and the brain structures associated with that. And the other is, reinforcement learning, using reward stimulus to shape behavior, sort of by conditioning. And the thing about the whole fear, fight, flight response is it is well understood what brain structures are involved, and there are a lot of different ways you can target them, a lot of different ways. And, looking at the brain structures that they're researching in all of these animal studies, they're the brain structures that are involved in the same things that are targeted in soft social engineering. And as you say, that's fear, it's threat. It's fear, but it's also the whole fight, flight response, fear, rage, submission, fight, flight, freeze, or rage, fear, submission, so it's putting people under threat, eliciting those reactions, which you can then direct, like the rage, get people fighting each other, divide and conquer, or rage at the official enemy, whether it's, people who aren't injected or, some evil dictator, we've got to kill all their citizens to get this evil dictator, so, and same with fear. There's two sort of things that fear can elicit or tends to elicit. It's either authoritarian submission or support for authoritarian aggression. So you're absolutely right, and it looks like that's very squarely in in the sights of all this sort of animal brain research that's looking to be applied to humans. And every modality that I talked about can target it and is being looked at to target it. And as you say, I think there are more. I mean, one thing I would have liked to talk about, but just couldn't because of time, is, I talked about all those different, electromagnetic modalities, so light, magnetics, and electricity. Well, what's conspicuously absent there is radio frequencies, which is 5G and internet. Right. That's what we're swimming in. And there's pretty much no published research on using that electromagnetic energy in this neurotechnology, which seems a bit odd to me. I mean, maybe it can't penetrate the skull, I don't know, or maybe it's deep dark classified. I mean, we just can't know. But that Bushnell talk did talk about using microwave radiation to interrogate the nanotags. He said surreptitious nanotagging of everything and everyone with microwave interrogation. And microwave is the next sort of incarnation of 5G. And there is a little bit of research about using microwave energy for brain targeting. So, if you're talking about you're feeling like it's been used in the past, I mean, that would be a guess as to, what was being used.
Right. Anyone? Go, David.
Yeah, I think there's something extra menacing about these neuroweapons that are evidently in development. I mean, when we're talking about fear, you can still talk about what we've referred to as the kind of the soft technologies, the psychological techniques and so on. And we've seen it again and again, and especially during COVID. The thing is, I mean, some people are already immune to those kinds of techniques, and more people, I think, are learning to spot them and actually getting slightly bored of them. Oh, look, here's another financial crisis. Oh, another terrorist attack. What would you know? A pandemic, So those kinds of things can get old. But with neuroweaponry, not only would it be possible to trigger the relevant part of the brain in everybody who has this kind of weaponry. I mean, resistance might not be possible there, but it's not only fear that you can induce. There are all kinds of other states. I mentioned docility and conformity and so on. So these could be very dangerous weapons in terms of social control.
Right. I once had a scientist sit me in front of a big flat digital TV, one of the huge ones, and he was explaining to me how entrainment technology works, or at least trying to. And we had one of those reality TV shows up where, the bachelor picks the woman he loves, and he insisted that they were using entrainment to pick who they wanted him to fall in love with to get the most views. Now, is that true or not? I don't know. But I had a scary feeling this had many applications. Daniel, did you want to jump in at all?
I could just weigh in with a tangential point about fear. There was some research done by Derek Bickerton, one of my favorite linguists at University of Hawaii, who tried to characterize the brain as something uniquely human, and that human beings have this ability to quote unquote go offline. And I hate to use the computer metaphor again because I railed against it in my talk, but humans are so-called wired in ways that we can go offline when we hear, for example, calls in the wild, like in a crowded movie theater, if somebody yells fire, and we can we have the ability to react immediately with our reflexes, or we can go offline and contemplate whether or not a call of danger is actually a threat to us. And it seems to me that the propaganda that was deployed early on during the the COVID operation was meant to agitate us continually to bypass this ability of ours to go offline and to contemplate whether these calls of danger in the mass media were worth heeding. So yeah, there's some really interesting research in linguistics as well that can help us understand the levels of fear that the media generate.
Can I just jump back in and sorry, I can pick up on something you said about entrainment? Another thing I would have liked to talk about, but just to cut some things out, is there's a fairly simple technique that goes back decades, which is brain oscillation entrainment. And all you need for that is for some sort of external stimulus, even a light on a computer screen or sound or even music. I mean, you can get YouTube videos and listen to them to entrain your brainwaves. And so all that needs to happen is you get the flicker rate at a certain, oscillation level, and then the brain sort of harmonizes with it, and that can induce states like agitation and aggression and anxiety and so on. And, so what you're talking about with the matchmaking thing, if it wouldn't be that difficult to pulse light or sound or any, of course, screens are a perfect opportunity to do that.
Right.
So that could have been in place for a long time.
Well, I want to come back to decision making, but first, David, you wanted to address the IEEE standards, and I think that's probably relevant. So you want to do that now?
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Just in response to some comments that came in during the symposium, one of the comments from Corinne Nokel said, why do you never bring up the IEEE standards for intra-body networking? It's biomedical. Well, yes, indeed. You may be interested to know that when I first recorded this presentation, it came in at 1 hour and 20 minutes, which was much too long. And some of the material that got cut out included IEEE standards. So 802.15.6, which is the W-band, and 1906.1.2020, which is very interesting because it talks about an implied macro scale to nanoscale interface. And I would have liked to have talked more about that and the Internet of Bio-Nano Things. Dan did have the time in his presentation to get into that a little bit. But for me, I wanted to make sure that all of the focus was purely on the brain. One thing I would put to you, though, Corinne, just out of curiosity. So you say that physicians and nurses are logging into bodies remotely right this moment. So this is an interesting one because, yes, there is a medical body area network. Yes, we know that devices such as pacemakers and so on are put into patients with their knowledge and consent, and that they do communicate to external networks. But my question would be this. I don't have any implants in my body, at least that I know of. So you'd need to demonstrate to me that they can and are logging into my individual organs right now. That seems to me to be a step too far in terms of what we can actually demonstrate. I was also going to refer to the Cambridge Internet of Everything group that you mentioned. The significance of this is that there are major research centres like Cambridge and many others around the world, Columbia and so on, that are investing huge amounts of money and academic expertise into trying to develop some of these dual-use technologies. And they do fall under the dual-use category that we've discussed. But again, I would like to know what is actually possible. I want to see more than just patents and conferences and theoretical papers and conceptual possibilities. More or less every time I go to these papers, I find language like the following. And here's a paper that you asked me to look at. It says new communication systems are approaching the possibility of interacting with biological processes using molecules. The new communication technology is expected to facilitate diverse interdisciplinary applications. So I don't deny that there is a gigantic push in this direction. But one of the things we've tried to highlight in this symposium is the kind of epistemic problems in terms of what we know. So the known knowns, the known unknowns, and so on, the unknown unknowns. And there is a certain degree that we don't know. And how far they are along this path is unknown. So if you have any hard evidence in your group of these technologies definitely being in place right now, I'd very much like to see that. And again, that needs to go beyond just kind of conceptual schemas papers proposing certain areas of research, etc. I'd like to see the hard evidence. So thank you.
Sorry, yeah, Catherine.
So let me bring up one piece of hard evidence, and that is we know we have numbers on the extraordinary investment being put into building, quote unquote, the Internet of Bodies. So right after the inauguration, the president, is part of a press conference on $500 billion into data centers, because to me, the remarkable thing about what I call the control grid, which is the integration of these technologies and basically controlling the population, is the energy consumption and the environmental damage involved is beyond imagination. And, the question, there's Bloomberg just did an article saying Texas is going to need 30 new nuclear plants. And you look at these numbers and you think, this is outrageous. And then you read speculation that they're trying to figure out how they can access the human body to provide energy supply or to be used as data storage. And you think that is complete madness until you realize they are creating a control grid for which the energy and data storage needs are absurd. And you see them struggling and figuring out as a practical matter how they're going to make this work operationally. But we know they're throwing fantastic amounts of money at it. And unfortunately, if you're a taxpayer, it's our money. So now they say the Stargate initiative is going to be private money, but if you look at who's going to be putting up that private money, a lot of it comes from the public anyway. Anyway, so I just wanted to throw in and confirm your idea about how much money is gushing into this. So Lissa, you go.
I was just going to say that, that thing about having proof, I mean, if it's a known, yes, we need evidence. But when you're in a situation where potentially 80 to 90% of the information is being withheld from you that you need to provide proof, I think that's part of the sort of psychological abuse that's going on. It's now we're not going to tell you and prove it. Well, but the information's being withheld. How can we? And so, I mean, one thing I was trying to get across in that talk was it's fair enough in that known unknowns, and that is so huge in this realm. The majority of it we know, we can't know because it's probably classified. And if we take, NASA Langley chief scientist and historian of science and, the approach to regulating dual use neurotechnologies or science and technology at their word, it's likely we are looking at decades old technology. And in that context, it's fair enough to put forward, I think educated guesses, informed hypotheses. What else can you do? And to just say no, unless you have hard proof, we're not going to talk about it. We're talking about things that could be in our bodies. It's important to try as best we can, I think, in this environment where we're being kept in the dark, and it does involve some educated guesswork. And I just think it's being careful about saying, well, X or Y and Z, like you just did, Catherine, suggests that this is quite a strong likelihood, as opposed to we know it or we don't know it. I think there has to be that sort of tolerance for that grey area where, we're weighing up circumstantial as well as direct evidence of what's going on.
The part is we have to act before we have perfect knowledge if we're going to protect ourselves. So let me dive in and ask one question that is the one I most want to ask, and that is, if you could get one question of yours answered to most fuel your research, so we all have many unanswered questions, but if you could get one of your unanswered questions answered, what would it be? And I'm going to start with Patrick, because you've been working on the unanswered questions for 40 years, Patrick. What would if you could ask the genie for one answer to your unanswered questions, what would it be?
Boy, I'll tell you what, I don't know. I have lots of questions for sure. We discussed so many things when we met week to week. We kicked around ideas, we speculated, we nailed down what was, and we had great discussions. This was so instrumental, I think, for all of us to have those discussions and it produced good knowledge for us to base our argument on in these presentations. At this point, however, there's one overarching thing that I'm concerned with, and that is the big picture of the magician standing above the whole universe, if you will, executing a trick to deceive us into the current action, whatever they want us to do. When we see when we see this trick exposed, however, all of a sudden you can't see it that way anymore. As a trick, it's just, well, it was a trick. It wasn't reality. It was a trick. I probably would like to see how we can explain this to people, that it has all been a mirage, it's been a trick in the first place to deceive humanity into believing all these things, to adopting all this fear. Fear is just totally debilitating for people, and it triggers anxiety and stress and all this stuff that breaks down your health system in the first place. If I was to figure out what we could, how could we capture this narrative? This whole thing was an elaborate trick from the get-go to deceive us all. That would just basically break the whole thing open, I think, at this point. If we could communicate this to the public especially, it would just absolutely break this thing wide open. Because when the trick is exposed, you don't ever see the trick again.
Right. Daniel? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would have to agree entirely with Patrick. I too am personally very interested in the overarching, the framing of these operations. Liz and I, we've been talking about this for quite a while now, a few years, about the trickery and deceptions, and I think that's fascinated me most over the past 40 years, really. Going way back to my experiences in the military. I would love to know who is behind the scenes, who's pulling the strings. I want to better understand the pyramid of power, or the structures of power that are perpetrating these narratives and stories, and the deceptions. That's what really most interests me.
Lisa?
I'd like to know, people who've been looking at blood, and were looking at blood before 2020, and are still looking at blood, consistently say that they've seen changes, and they consistently report the same kinds of changes. And so they're seeing things inside people's bodies, and, blood looking different than it used to look. I'd like to know what that is that they're seeing and how we get it out.
Good question. David?
Yeah, the knowledge of the antidote, if there is one, is probably held in a server somewhere. And I would like to know where the key knowledge is being held. Dan refers to the kind of who are they question. I'm sure a lot of people would like to know that. I'm of the view that everything that's happened since 2020 has been very meticulously planned and coordinated and executed, and that we are looking at military operations, we're looking at intelligence agencies. There have to be resources, there have to be documents that actually explain all of this and show the planning, and indeed show what the planning is for the future. And I would love it if the public could find a way of accessing that information and blowing the whole thing wide open.
I don't know if you ever saw the video of the president's son-in-law talking about his generation was going to be the last to either die or would be the first to live forever. And so clearly there is an anecdote someplace here. So the biohacking crew have a plan, whatever that plan is, and we would like to know it. Okay, so let me come back to some practical things. We've seen in the last decade that clearly some people are less susceptible than others to this kind of techniques and manipulation. What have we learned that can help our audience learn how to build their immunity and exercise, sort of what I call the free and inspired life? What have we learned about how to stay free of this stuff?
Wow. Medically, there are several protocols at this point that can help people, for instance, get free of spike proteins and some of the effects of the COVID injections. But you can search those things out, and you might have success at doing that. This is a practical step, I realize, but when you want to know how you can protect yourself, usually you can find information somewhere, either by talking to people who have gone through it themselves, maybe finding yourself a doctor who has his head screwed on right, etc. But when we talk about these other things, there's a question asked in our stream here. What about the Havana syndrome? Right. Some people are actually saying today that they've been affected from this, and so how can they get help? Well, honestly, at this point, even the scientists that are studying this, as far as I can tell, haven't really come up with an answer on how you can fight that thing if you've been exposed from it in the first place, because it's actually doing damage to your brain. It's like having a stroke, in other words. Right. So, we go through this life trying to figure out how can we protect ourselves. Sometimes there's low-hanging fruit. Sometimes there's no fruit at all. But in the meantime, the thing you can do for sure is shed your fear first off, and just look for some answer for you. And don't worry about being afraid or stressed over stuff. If you find an answer, great. If you don't, maybe there's just not an answer for you.
So I dealt with electronic harassment that became very serious during the litigation. And there were several things I did that really helped tremendously. The first was I took a very serious 2.5-year course in spiritual warfare that helped enormously. And I think part of it, and I wouldn't have known to say it then, Lissa, was what you describe about the power of our brain and what we can do to access, I would call it the divine intelligence. We have to begin to exercise our brain in wholly different ways. And there are ways of accessing, life and intelligence outside of this, control grid, whatever it is. So part of it was spiritual warfare technology and particularly prayer, and some people tell me meditation works for them. So that was part of it. The other was being around and finding people who also knew how to avoid going into fear. So there's strength in numbers, and finding other people who are not susceptible and were very grounded, and staying very grounded in practical ways was a very big help. The other thing, I hate to say it, not everybody can do it, is keep moving, because, then, now the satellites weren't what they are now, but the more you kept moving and the more you stayed in nature, under the trees, the harder it was to access it. And it was one of the reasons I lived in a very mobile lifestyle on an unpredictable schedule, because it just made it so much more expensive and difficult for them to target me. And I would strongly say that there are some people who seem to be less susceptible than others. And getting help from them really helped me. And including people who had military and intelligence background, who understand this stuff. The last thing I would mention is it may not be detoxing protocol that can detox you from the COVID shots. That's a much more specialized thing that we're still learning about. But I found that general detoxing, particularly heavy metals detox, because we're all being poisoned from the environment. the more I detoxed, the more immune I was from these kind of techniques. So there are many things you can do, and there are good websites that get into, they're called the targeted individuals, and they know a lot about dealing with these tactics. They share information and knowledge, and it's very helpful when you're in that situation to work with other people who know, who've been through the grinder. And now we have books and videos and all sorts of stuff. So there is lots known about that. Okay, any other thoughts on that before I?
As you were talking, Catherine. I'm sorry, you go, Dan. You go. I've talked more than you. You go.
When I thought you were referring to detox, I was thinking of like mental detoxification.
There you go.
And I think that's also a thing as well. Every linguist has to read Chomsky, and one of the quotes that I really liked, the things that he used to talk about, the importance of the intellectual life is that one must mount an intellectual self-defense against, the coercive forces that prevail upon us. I thought one way, at least for me, for detoxifying was first step was getting rid of my television. Just chucking it after the latest psyop is carried out. My family protested mildly for a couple of weeks, but they soon got over it when they started to turn to their handheld devices. I don't know if I created a monster or not, but yeah, I think when I think about mental detoxification, I always come back to our values, and I think our values, our core values, are really important. If we reflect on them and take stock of the sorts of values that we were raised with, and how our parents instilled certain values in us. One of those important values is truth, the pursuit of truth, and also telling the truth and being honest. And if we can, I think, if at least for me, if we can, I've noticed that if I focus entirely on pursuit of the truth and living a life of honesty and forthrightness towards others, I don't worry so much about the background noise, and that I suppose that keeps me less fearful and more mentally stable and grounded. So I think mental detoxification and reflecting on our values, what's life really about, trying to answer those larger questions, very important.
Robert Axelrod wrote a wonderful book many years ago called The Evolution of Cooperation, and in it, he described one of the most important conditions precedent to bringing about what I would say is a really peaceful, productive world. And one of those was sufficient transparency about who was doing the evil doing so that the general population could shun them. And one of the things I found so distressing over the last several decades is how socially prominent and acceptable the people doing this are. And to me, it's very important that I always say crime that pays is crime that stays, that the general population be put into position with work like what you are doing to say, and look at the guys who are doing this and saying, oh, well, they're not attractive billionaires, successful, they're just psychopaths. How do we make it socially unacceptable to be implementing these technologies?
Well, we need to bring them to light in the first place. I mean, Lissa made the very important point in her presentation about how much of this is being kept secret in so many different ways. So the first thing is that the public needs to understand that this research is going on. It has been going on for a long time, and it's taking place with the backing and support through dual technology R&D of respectable institutions like Cambridge, for example. And so again, it's one thing for esteemed professors to stand up and talk about how the Internet of Bio-Nano Things is going to be used for revolutionary advances in healthcare. But as COVID demonstrated, we don't have responsible governance over our medical system. So there are some really big issues here that need to be addressed.
Right. So if you're a major donor if you're just a small donor to Cambridge, at the next meeting with the university, you need to ask them, why they're doing things. So you're going to turn your grandchildren into a slave. These are questions. And when you see, well, let me ask the next question from one of the viewers. They wanted to know if the president is watching. And given that it's Saturday and it's a very stressful job, I would hope he's out playing golf. But at the same time, this will be available from here on out. Patrick, I know you hope to get it up on Monday or Tuesday. And I would really encourage you to send this forward. If you know anybody in a position, in a decision-making role in the governance and political system, send this forward. And what I've found with events just like this is, it takes a week or two, but it absolutely trickles around and the staff watches it and they send it forward. And you would not believe the places this presentation will get to. And it's remarkable. You think everybody's in the know, they're not. I mean, the people here are fantastic. This group, your study group, is amazing in terms of integration. And so there are many people at very high levels who haven't put this all together. And so I don't expect that they're watching it necessarily on a Saturday, but I will bet you within 4 to 8 weeks, this is really going to get around. And I know, Patrick, you've received, and all of us have received feedback where it's absolutely remarkable, where these things percolate to and how they come back. So anybody want to talk about, and the way to get that to happen, forward it to everybody you know who think would be interested and tell them, each of them to forward it to 10 people. And this will go viral. Patrick, any thoughts?
You bet. Let me just make that one comment about psychopaths and sociopaths.
They're curious.
People,
they want to know.
I know. We need to resist this. On one hand, we really need to resist this this whole assault on the brain and the mind and anything else in life. All the roles that these people they want to make us play. Don't take any role. First off, don't even think about it. But when we resist the whole machine, don't think that we're going to change the mind of the perpetrators because they're sociopaths in the first place. They will not move without force at this point. You can't convince them, like you can't sit down and have a talk and maybe a glass of wine or whatever to convince them that they're wrong in pursuing this technology. They won't listen to you, nor will they even budge. So this is kind of the brick wall that we have to penetrate. The only way to do that is to get massive numbers of people in the general population who are not psychopaths to understand what's going on. And with enough pressure, they can tear down the wall, kind of what happened in East Germany, right? Tear down this wall, Mr. President, wherever. And this is the only way, I think, at this point, we can really fight this thing. We have to have enough people on the one side to break the wall down for these psychopaths to where they'll flee. And honestly, I've never seen a time in history where there's been more resistance, like our people who are listening here right now, this could spread all over the world, and if there's enough pressure, like I said, it could make a huge difference on our future at this point. Is our future, after all, not their future. They're writing our future. I say no to that. We all do too. But
So
you get my point.
I'm going to jump in here, Patrick, because I'm with you. You know, it's not going to change their mind. But what I've seen happen many times, and it's going to happen here again, but I'll use it when I talk about the 21 trillion missing from the federal government. Every time we would bring transparency, fights would break out at the top because suddenly everybody realized, wait a minute, you stole $1 trillion last year and I only got a $100,000 bonus? So the competition, there's so much artificial wealth that can be created with this technology that once people understand how it works, the competition to control, they're going to kill each other. It's what I call the Midianite thing. So I think transparency will make a difference at the top, but not, they may not come over to our side, but they will take care of each other.
Exactly. Yeah. Great point.
Any more thoughts on that?
There's a line in the sand, as James Corbett said right at the beginning of this symposium. And in a sense, it's non-negotiable. What was that dreadful phrase, Lissa, that you mentioned about neural privacy or some...
Oh, electrocerebral privacy. Yeah.
Electrocerebral privacy. Now, why do we need to be debating this kind of thing? Yeah. Why do you need to have any debate over what takes place inside your own head? I mean, it's in 1984, isn't it? Winston, they took everything from him apart from the 1 cubic centimeter deep inside his own skull. Well, now they want that as well. So no, this is where the line is drawn. This is where the ethical debate must begin. And this is where all of the institutions that are participating in advancing this research, wittingly or unwittingly, on behalf of the military, it's going to have military applications. They need to think very, very seriously now about what they're doing, because the direction of travel is very clear. I think between the four of us, we've painted a fairly comprehensive and fairly coherent picture of how and why this technology is being developed. And more people now need to think about how to put a stop to some of this.
Exactly.
David, I have an answer to that question of yours. Great question. Why are we having this debate? It's because one of my favorite Marines in history, back in the 1930s, pointed out that war is a racket. That's where we're at. Nothing's changed.
So let me turn. I have two more questions. And the last question I'm going to ask is how we can support each one of you. But the last content question is from the audience, which I think this is an excellent question. The human brain seems to be the last barrier to totalitarian control. Do you agree? So who would like to start?
I do. I agree. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. Which is, why I've finished on use that brain while you've got it still. And I think one thing at the moment that's really important for people to sort of have front of mind so that they can bring their mind and their brain to it. I agree with James Corbett that there's going to be, we need to do this, to fight our adversaries, and we need to do it for benevolent, restorative reasons. But I think another thing is there'll be that in terms of that phased, gradual, incremental progression towards fusing the brain with AI. I mean, we're in the soft stage of that now. AI has come out of nowhere. Suddenly, high school students aren't writing their own essays, and then they're just getting ChatGPT to do it and putting it through a plagiarism checker. So they're already outsourcing in a soft way their thinking to AI. As a parent, all of a sudden, overnight, one term they were writing their own assignments, next term they weren't. It was happening fast. And I would say be really careful about that. Be really mindful of where you are on that soft social engineering pathway towards an incremental fusion with AI. And at the moment, it's happening psychologically. I think that's a really important frontier of sort of where the brain can help us now, right now.
So, David?
I don't think it's the last barrier. I think it reflects the most horrific of their aspirations, and it's been very ugly and troubling subject matter, and it shows the kind of mentality that we're dealing with here. Totalitarianism, this is a control system, and it seems to me that even without the brain, if they were able to chip everybody in one way or another, or get some kind of technology under the skin, regardless of whether or not it goes into the brain, that can then be linked to the technocratic control grid, could be used for complete surveillance and monitoring. You can have all of your psychographic data on there, all of the CBDC or whatever kind of all digital financial system flows through it. That in itself seems to me to be sufficient for a totalitarian control system. So I don't think it's the last barrier, but the good news is, as several of us have highlighted, the brain is unfathomably complex. Consciousness has never been understood, and they are a long way off, I think, being able to hijack it completely. Nevertheless, for the kind of destructive ends that they have, I think some of these technologies are coming on stream rather too fast for my taste.
Daniel?
Yeah, I agree with David. We don't really even know what the mind is. We hardly have a coherent definition of what language is. I mean, it's so the human body is so complex, so many layers of biology, physiology, neurology, psychology, sociology. All these layers have to be understood, and to pretend that we've conquered the brain, and consciousness, and I don't see it yet. There's also, of course, the gut. When we talk about the mind, of course, the brain is key to it, but there's also intuition, and that's also related to a healthy gut biome. So I think we have to become much more consciously aware of our own innate powers as human beings to sense when we are being manipulated, and be willing to ask, be brave and willing to ask critical questions about the stories that are being perpetrated to, I would say, deceive us every day, so that we can, weed out the reality from the deceptions.
There's also the heart.
Yes.
That's one difference between the human brain and AI. And the heart secretes neurohormones and so on associated with bonding and connection. So, as you say, it's not just the brain by itself, it's in coordination. So listening to your heart is also about using your brain.
Yeah.
So I remember in the Never-Ending Story when the protagonist defeats the nothing because he wishes for it that it had a heart. So I want to say I had a very profound experience last year reading a book called A New Science of Heaven by Dr. Robert Temple, and his hypothesis, which I agree with, is that 99% of the material in the universe is plasma, and it's alive and it's intelligent. And I think the last barrier to what is happening here is divine intelligence. I think all life is intelligent, and I think the notion that you can use digital technology to control it is absurd and ridiculous. Only a sociopath, as Patrick said, would come up with such a quest. And that's why, Lissa, when you ended and talked about how powerful our brain is, we can access this. We can access this intelligence, and we can access through that intelligence each other. And that's the power, as Patrick said, if we send this virally and we all start moving and pushing back together. We've seen it. We've seen extraordinary pushback in the last 2 years, of which your work is a very, very significant inspiration. It's had a tremendous impact from what we see in our network. So we're going to close first again by saying thank you so much, but I want to go around and I want to end, Patrick, with you. I want to go around and hear. It's very important that we support the people who are leading the way, and you are each and every one of you leading the way in a very important way. and we need to support you. So I'm going to go around and I'm going to say, what can we do to follow your work, support you? So Daniel, very quickly, what can we do to follow your work and support you?
Much of my work is published on ResearchGate. If you're interested, I take an interdisciplinary approach to the research that I'm doing these days. Also, Research Map, which is a Japanese site. If you're interested in that as well, you can go to Research Map or ResearchGate, and I'm interested in this kind of research. Knowledge is power, as they say.
And you publish,
I hate to use a cliche, but
you publish interviews, correct?
Yeah, we have. I'm doing interviews now. We're trying to start a podcast with a publication that I'm a co-editor with. It's called Propaganda in Focus. So that again, it's the interdisciplinary outlet for scholars across hard sciences, soft sciences who are interested in, propaganda, deception.
So, Lisa, how do we follow and support you?
I'm a bit hard to follow because I'm not on social media anymore, and there's no particular place that I post things. But keep an eye on Technocracy News and Propaganda in Focus, and even David's Substack. He tends to share things if I'm doing them. So I'm less frequent than the others, but yeah, one of those three places, and just share the information is the best way.
Share this information. Absolutely.
Yeah.
David, how can we support you? You have a Substack and we can support you there.
I do. Just before we mention me, just a quick shout out to David Nixon. For anyone wondering what the futuristic technology in the background behind me is, that's the Pfizer vaccine, believe it or not, under the microscope. So David's been very good at examining the viral contents. So in terms of supporting me, I've been fortunate this year to have a Brownstone Fellowship, but that will expire in the summer. And I will be looking for additional support in the near future. So I have a Substack at dhughes.substack.com, where I'm loading all of my work onto. And you can find additional ways of supporting my work at davidahughes.net/support.
Right. And I'm a subscriber, and it's an excellent Substack. I cannot recommend it enough. And finally, Patrick, to you, how do we know we can find you at Technocracy News, but tell us again how to find you, how we can support you, and how we can get this symposium out and moving virally.
You bet. Obviously, technocracy.news/the brain will get you all the information we're hearing today. And we're posting, we've all agreed to post our slide decks so people can have them in their hand. Don't abuse them. Don't take just a slide out of context and try to, make something out of it. Just take it for what it is. Listen to the presentation, perhaps flip through the slides along the way, and you'll get more information, obviously, when just listening to it by itself. You can also find me on my Substack as well. I have patrickwood.substack.com. And I also have a premium subscription for technocracy.news where people can support my work to maintain the research that goes into technocracy.news. I can't believe there's over 6,700 articles at this point, categorized, index. I've been doing this now for over 12 years. I can't believe it's that long, but it's a wealth of information and great for researchers and stuff. We also have a Technocracy boot camp that I just recently completed. It has a charge on it for $30 at this point, but that's a great place to start if you want to understand technocracy from A to Z. That's a good place to start, is with my Technocracy Bootcamp. That's an e-learning experience, and I think it's 17 or 18 lessons, video lessons, as well as text and so on, and some attachments as well. So you can really, there's a wealth of knowledge there for you. If you want to dig in, please do. That's all I can say. I can give you the information and make it available for people. But if you don't go and do it, well, it won't help you. But there you go, right?
So I have to say, finally, we have just a remarkable producer, Logan House.
Yes.
His website. He's part of Worldview, and you'll be able to find the final videos there as well. And we'll have them on Solari. But we just all want to say, Logan, I don't know if you can come in at the last minute, but we just want to say thank you, because you have done a marvelous job on both of these symposiums, and it's a wonderful gift, and we're very appreciative. Can we possibly get Logan to come in?
Indeed.
Thank you. I don't have a camera, but I have audio.
Okay.
Well, we're dealing with things invisible, Logan, so that's okay. The good guys can be invisible too.
There you go. It was great. You guys did a great job.
Let me give a shout out also to the network in general. That's Worldview Weekend, worldviewtube.com. They've been streaming this thing and making it available to other people like Solari and me and Technocracy News, and on Rumble and YouTube, all over the place. They've streamed it all over the world. And if you don't know who that network is, you can tune in there at worldviewweekend.com and see basically live video all day long about important topics. And just so happens to be that Logan's father, Brannon House, he's the chairman and the main guy there at the network. This happens to be his birthday as well. So,
happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you, Brannon. I know you're listening. I know you're lurking out there. I just expect you.
Well, this is all a reminder that we are many and they are few, right?
Oh, yes, it is. Exactly.
So let's close by expressing, and I want the audience to join me in just this feeling and attention. We are looking at 4 exceptional leaders who have given us an incredible gift with this symposium, and we are so grateful for each one of you, and we cannot thank you enough. You guys are just the best. So with that,
thank you, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a marvelous day, and everyone keep these 4 leaders in your prayers, because they are helping to lead the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the Omniwar, second Omniwar Symposium, The Battle for the Brain. It's a battle we're going to win.
Yes.
Amen.